my fellow Africans.
Today we'll talk about Africa, once seen by Europe as the antithesis of civilization, the heart of darkness, in the words of a certain Joseph Conrad. Centuries later, Africa remains ignored. It makes news for its conflicts, poverty, and exoticism. For the longest time, the world saw it as a lost cause.
The time is now to wake up. The time is now to unite. The time is now to speak up.
China, the United States, India, the European Union, Japan, Israel, Canada, all of these countries are in the race for Africa. And one country is emerging as the clear winner.
The time is now to stand for yourself, to say no more exploiting Africa, to hold accountable corrupted leaders and those who betray.
A continent of 54 sovereign states, 17% of the world's population, 9.6% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, 35% of the world's uranium, 75% of the world's coltan, and 54 votes in the United Nations General Assembly. This is what makes Africa so attractive and makes the continent a battleground for global powers.
The time is now to be brave and fearless. The time is now to save our future. Let's fight for Africa. Because if we don't do it right now, I'm afraid we won't have future any longer.
For the longest time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. It has over 7,000 troops deployed in the continent. They are spread across some 13 African countries, including Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, South Sudan, Somalia, and Tunisia. For the US, Africa was a continent for counter-terrorism operations.
I'm afraid our children and the next generation won't have Africa we see right now. Let's fight right now. Let's unite together right now, because the future of Africa and for our children depends on us.
China, the United States, India, the European Union, Japan, Israel, Canada, all of these countries are in the race for Africa. And one country is emerging as the clear winner.
They want Africa so bad. And every single year, you can see the increasing of
investment in infrastructure, military power, diplomacy, soft power, trade, geopolitics. Every country has its own interest in Africa.
Out of all of these, Africa gain nothing, absolutely nothing. Before we were fighting against colonialism, right now Africa is under debt of China and the US.
Africa is the continent of the future. Thus, we need to make the most of its potential. By 2050, its population will more than double to 2.2 billion people, with over 60% under the age of 25.
How are we going to get out of this if our leaders are not going to wake up right now and realizing that loans and aid is the new form of colonialism? When are we going to stand up? When are we going to wake up? I'm afraid we won't have a future for our children. I'm afraid Africa is not going to be the same any longer. I'm afraid we're already too late right now.
China is Africa's largest trading partner. Chinese trade has increased 40-fold in the last 2 decades. At least 10,000 Chinese firms operate in Africa. This is according to a McKinsey study. Africa has resources and China has access. Did you know that 1/3 of China's investments in Africa are in the mining sector? China is not the only country investing in this continent. It's not even the biggest. The United States is Africa's largest investor. It accounts for $54 billion of FDI stock. There are 600 American companies operating in South Africa alone. And this, even after the US president called Africa this. For the longest time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. And finally, it gets to debt trap Africa.
But we still have time, because we're still right here and we can still make decisions for our future children. Let's not think about now and right now and me. Let's think about tomorrow. Let's think about our kids. Let's think about 10 years later. Where are we going to be? If we continue with this way, if we continue on this journey, we're not going to have Africa any longer. Remember, we won't be able to stand out if we don't have unity. If we are not uniting, if we are not becoming one, we're not going to be able to survive. We're not going to be able to overcome anything. Our unity is our strength. And remember what Nyerere say, without unity, there's no future for Africa. Right now, we are so much divided. Ethnicity, geographical areas, colonial boundaries, languages, religion, all these things, yes, are important. But our unity is the most important one. That should be the first thing for us to pursue. That should be the first thing for us to embrace our differences and everything that we have, to have one Africa. Because one Africa is stronger. One Africa is a threat to the rest of the world. Let's become one. Let's protect Africa. Let's think about tomorrow, and let's save this beautiful continent for our future children and the next generation. Remember, unity will not make us rich, but it will make it difficult for Africans to be exploited and humiliated and disregarded by others.
Just like the 19th century, there are numerous countries in the scramble for Africa. And just like the 19th century, there is nothing in it for Africa.
Let's unite right now before it's too late. Yo, what up, my people? I'm not supposed to be smiling right now because this is not a good news. This is not something to smile, but it's something to to show all the anger inside of us, you know what I'm saying? But I understand that that's not gonna help anything. I love this music in the background, by the way. So welcome everybody today into One Africa Movement, One Africa Forum, One Africa. Welcome everybody. If you're new to this family, just know that you're welcomed and this is your place. You can subscribe as you see right there. Please go ahead and subscribe right now. We want to hit 200,000 subscribers before the end of this year. So please go ahead and do so. It's going to be amazing. You can share this link with somebody because tonight, we're going to have an amazing discussion with everybody out there. Soon later, I'll be sharing with you guys the link to come here and to share your opinions and your ideas. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see everybody who is joining here. I want to shout out to a few people who are here already. Marakashi, Papi the Manichesa, may God help Giovanni. I remember Giovanni, Ismail, Almaz, Aisha Said, Swahili Nation, that's me. Teketel, Mara, Teddy, Teketel again, Nasaka, Titi Kaksei, I am Ethiopia. That's amazing. Beltha, Mohaliyet. Who else is here? Antene, Solomon, Dugim Tiroro, TJ Beru, Roman Yirga, Zuzu Hewan, Matheu, Nasaka Uzucha, Benjamin Mategeko, Brooke Ayele, and Muluken Jibra Media. Appreciate, man. That's our member right there, man. Shout out to Muluken now and Bitania M. Omer no. All right, guys. So I want to take a moment also to appreciate all the members who are joining here today. Thank you so much. The link is in the comment section. You can go through that link and you can join, become a member of this family. We have our Dr. Sadeke right there. Appreciate for joining. Nana Dream all the way from Ghana. And you say happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all, wherever you are. Hope you're with your family and you enjoy this beautiful day. You know, every single day is Thanksgiving to me. All right. Every single day for me is Thanksgiving, because that's the attitude we need to have, to give thanks in all circumstances, in every single situation. So yeah, today is a Thanksgiving and tomorrow is going to be Thanksgiving and the whole year will be Thanksgiving. Samuel Jibre Michael, appreciate where to get it. Asta Tegene, Milat Zenebe. All right, guys, I can go on and on to mention your names. But all in all, guys, I'm only doing this because I appreciate you guys for stopping by here today and to have this a conversation. And the topic of today, this is what we're going to talk about. Is it too late for Africa? Is it too late for Africa? Something that we can ask ourselves and we can think about it. Is Africa really for Africans? And there's a reason why today I started with that video that I started with today. There's a reason why. It's because I wanted to build a point of what I'm going to talk about here today. Some of you all might have seen this title and thinking that, what do you mean? Is Africa really for Africans? What do you mean? You always say Africa for Africans. But when you go through the video that I share today, My Fellow Africans Part 4, we're going to have Part 5, Part 6, Part 7, and maybe later on we can have album of My Fellow Africans. But when you watch that video and you watch the entire video that I used, actually the link is in the description of that video, you realize that it's so scary. Actually, I want to shout out to someone who sent that video to me. I've seen that video before, but I didn't watch all of it. I just share a little part here on Swahili Nation. I share a very little part here on Swahili Nation. But someone goes by the name of Salam sent to me on my Instagram. And this is what she said. He said, I have never seen a scary news like this one before. And she said, Africa is not even for Africans. That's where I got my title. So I watched this video. After I watched this video, I went direct. I did a little bit of, My Fellow African speech, and then I edited. It took me like 2 hours to edit that video. And then I released. That's why today, guys, I'm sorry we started at 9:30 because I was busy preparing that video and I wanted to leave a little bit of gap before doing live stream. So this person sent me this video and asked me that, you say, I have never seen it's scary. So I watched it again and again and again, and then I combined together with my speech. And it's scary. It's scary. That's where I got this title. The first one, Africa. Is Africa really for Africans? Because when you watch this video, should I play this video again? Because wait, I'll play a little bit later when everybody joins, all right? When you watch this video, we know, like we hear a lot of times, we see some projects going on around Africa, around the continent of Africa, but it's scary when you see with your own eyes. It's scary when you realize that, wow, Africa, we are actually under trap. Like, as I'm saying right now, Africa is under trap. Is under trap. We are in a trap. We have been trapped in a place where we cannot move, in a place where we cannot breathe, in a place where we cannot actually do anything. That's why you have leaders who are puppets of the West and East. They cannot even stand and join the fight with our brothers and sisters in Ethiopia. They cannot even stand and just say a word that Ethiopia, we're standing with you. Ethiopia, we are one with you. You are our brother, you are. They cannot even say that because they are trapped under this so-called neo-colonialism, under this so-called investments, under this so-called all these different things that Westerners and Easterners have done to Africa. So they are trapped. They cannot say anything. They cannot move anything. They don't have a say. Because if they say, those connections will be cut and we're going to suffer. So no, we are not going to say anything. We're going to just stay and we're just going to watch out to see until, Ethiopia, when Ethiopia wins, then we'll go and we say that, shout out to Ethiopia. You guys have been going through a lot, this and this. But where were you before these things happened the way it is right now? So when you see this video and when you look at all these projects that okay, let me show you here. Let me go back a little bit here, okay? I gotta show you guys this. Okay, here. Let me show you guys from here. Look at this, all right? Look at this. From here, let's start from here.
China is Africa's largest trading partner. Chinese trade has increased 40-fold in the last 2 decades. At least 10,000 Chinese firms operate in Africa. This is according to
10,000 Chinese-owned firms operating in Africa. 10,000 Chinese firms operating in Africa. Do you know how many Chinese then there in Africa? Okay, let's move on.
McKinsey study. Africa has resources and China has access. Did you know that a third of China's investments in Africa are in the mining sector?
Mining sectors, that's where the money is.
Continent, it's not even the biggest. The United States is Africa's largest investor. It accounts
so 10,000 different Chinese firms in Africa, but it's not even the biggest because number one in Africa is the US.
$54 billion of FDI stock. There are 600 American companies operating in South Africa alone.
Guys, 600 American companies just in South Africa. So there are American companies in your country, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria, in Tanzania, in Kenya, 600 just in one country. Okay, all right.
And this, even after the US president called Africa this. For
Shut
the
up,
longest
man.
time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. And finally, it gets to debt trap Africa.
So before it was just a war zone. That's what she's saying. It was just a war zone, right? They would just stay at Washington and decide what's going to happen in Africa and all this, terrorist attack and all this stuff. But then right now it's a little bit different, because right now they see a potential in Africa. They see this is the place where we can actually have resources. We have access, we have technology, and we can get resources from Africa, and we can get however we want, whenever we want. And right now, Africa is trapped under debt of Chinese, of European, of Americans, of everybody. So everywhere we are, so there's a picture here. Let me show you guys this picture. This is how it looks like. In Twitter, let me go to my Twitter here. I've shown you guys a lot of time this picture here. This picture, I always feel sad, man. This picture always feels sad. Always feel sad. First time I saw this picture, I teared up, man, because it's sad. All right, I'm not that emotional. People, they think I'm emotional because I cry and I express myself, but no, I'm not emotional. Where's that picture? So this is how it is, Africa. This is how it is. Forget about this person who is selling, but you can see that Africa is trapped. Is trapped, is chained. Is chained. Before, we were chained, like literally chained as the slaves, all right? During the colonialism, we were chained before. But right now, Africa is chained, like we are chained mentally. Because they knew that these people, now they succeed, they gain their own independence. But our mission right now is to paralyze them, to depend on us for the rest of their lives. And so they started to invest, they started to give loans, and we think that they like us so much. We think they're doing something so good that, oh my goodness, oh why Jesus, thank you for everything you're giving. But it's a chain. It's a chain. World Bank, chain in all over Africa, chain. Chinese, Ethiopia, chained. Tanzania, chained. Nigeria, chained. Kenya, chained. Ghana, chained. Every single country in Africa is chained by debt, is chained by investment, by companies and jobs. And then, okay, that's why I don't even understand, couple years back, I respect my brother, Pastor Ezra, but I want to say this. A couple of years back, this xenophobia happened, and then, some brothers were killing other African brothers and sisters because they say they were taking their job. But I'm asking you a question. 600 companies, American companies in SA, 100,000 of companies of American in Africa. You didn't see that? What about them? What about them? So every single country is chained. Every single leader, they're chained. Chained under debt. And this is how it is. Like if you do some calculation how much we owe Chinese, you'll find out that even your kids and the kids of your kids, they're gonna be leaving to pay those debts. All right. Your taxes that you're paying to the government, you are actually paying back to Chinese. And this is 21st century. We're still paying taxes to our colonizers or to America. This is 21st century, guys. So that's why I'm asking, is Africa really for Africans? Because if you're living in your own country, you are in your own country, you have your own house, but then everything is owned by somebody else. Your roads, they have been built by someone else. Your companies, if it is tall, long buildings, have been built by someone else. Your government, the government budget has been supported by someone else. So literally, you just have pictures there that are leading the countries, but someone else. Because whoever feeds you controls you. Remember what Sankara said, whoever feeds you controls you. So you can have a leader in the country that is just there as a picture. That's why you see that all the time you see that the US government wants to put their own leaders in countries. They did the same thing in And Libya, and they put their own leader, and you see things that are going on there in Libya. And they wanted to do the same thing right now in this case in Ethiopia, and so many countries everywhere. You see, they will come in the face of democracy, and they want to put their own people right there, people who accept donation, people who accept support, people who are, because at the end of the day, you're just there as a picture. We have seen a lot of movies like that. That I help you to become a president of your country. I help you to become a leader of that country. But then I lead. I tell you everything you're supposed to do. And everything you do, you have to go through me before anyone. Because today, I mean, Biden or anyone from America cannot come here and be president of African country. No. But they can put there their own people and become a president of their own country. That's why in the video that I shared today, I said, it's a time to hold accountable corrupted leaders in our continent. It's the time, because those are people who are actually selling our countries, selling our continent. So you are there, you have been living there, but we think that we are independent for all these 60, 50, 70 years, but in fact, we have been under trapped for a long time. And anytime, if you wanna move away from that, they can just press the button that, okay, give us our money. How are you gonna give us our money? We don't have money. How are you gonna give it to us? Then we constantly living under the condition of they give us a condition how to live. They give us condition how to do our own projects. They'll give you money and they'll tell you how to use it. We don't have any say. We're just there, just there. Okay, give. We are beggars. We became beggars. Africa, the richest continent on earth. Let me show you here. We became beggars. We became beggars. I gotta show you guys this. We became beggars.
Heart of dark poverty.
To wake up. The time is now.
We became beggars.
To unite. The time is now.
Merging at
Let me show you guys this
states.
In Africa. Okay, let me show you this. We became beggars, man. We became beggars with everything that we have. All right, listen to this. Everything that we have. To hold accountable corrupted leaders and those who betray
a continent of 54 sovereign states.
Listen to that.
17% of the world's population, 9.6% of the global oil output.
9.6% of the global oil output. Do you know how much money is that?
So I've got my essay written,
come on,
and
man,
I've been working on it for about a week. So
now
I'm going to show you how I use
Don't do this to me.
Grammarly to edit.
90% of the world's platinum supply.
90% of the world platinum supply. Guys, 90%. That's not
90% of the world's cobalt supply.
Guys, 90%.
Half of the world's gold supply.
Guys, half of the world gold supply. Do you understand that, guys? Do you understand that?
Thirds of the world's manganese.
Third.
35% of the world's uranium.
Guys, 35% of the world uranium. And I believe in Africa there's more uranium because they've been, discovering over and over. Last time I shared with you guys here in Tanzania, they discovered uranium that it can be used for the whole world for a couple of years, for a lot of years. Uranium here in Tanzania.
75% of the world's coltan and 54 votes in the United Nations General Assembly.
Guys, 54 votes. And this is what a lot of leaders they want. Even last time the leader of Israel, he came to Africa to create some, for the first time in so many years, to create some relationship in order to get these votes.
This is what makes Africa so attractive and makes the continent a battleground for global powers.
The time is now. All right. This is what makes Africa so attractive. I don't know if you guys have seen those numbers, but for me, honestly, I didn't see those numbers before. I just knew that we have a lot of gold, but I didn't know half of the world, half of gold that is available in the world comes from Africa. I had no idea that. I just knew that we are blessed, but not this much. Like, I figure out that, man, we are blessed. Guys, we are blessed. You can look at those numbers. Think about this. Look at those numbers. Where do you think Africa will be Look at those numbers. 90%, 90%, third, half, 35%. Guys, look at those numbers. Where Africa... Man, Africa is supposed to be the richest continent. Actually, okay, let me rephrase this. Africa is the richest continent on earth by resources. It's the richest continent on earth. The richest country on earth is from Africa, Congo. That's Africa. But yet, it's the poorest continent on earth. And they tell us this, that you guys, you have a lot of poverty. You guys are poor. You guys are poor. You guys, you don't have infrastructure. You guys, you don't have industry. They tell us this, that you guys, you are the third world countries, and we believe that. So when you find people who understand this, when you find people who know this, like these numbers, guys, I want you to memorize it in your mind, okay? I'm going to show you this again. I want you guys to memorize these numbers in your mind. And this video I uploaded on YouTube, so you can check it out. But I want you guys to memorize these numbers because it's very important to know these numbers. If you know these numbers, then I'm telling you, you're not going to let anybody tell you that you're poor. You're not going to let anybody tell you that, you know what, you are developing. I mean, we are developed and you're a developing country. You're not going to let anybody say that to you. I ain't going to let anybody tell me that because I know what is the truth. Listen to this again.
A continent of 54 sovereign states.
Memorize this.
17% of the world's population, 9.6% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, 35% of the world's uranium, 75% of the world's coltan, and 54 votes in the United Nations General Assembly. This is what makes Africa so attractive and makes the continent a battleground for global powers.
The time is, it makes the continent a battleground. A battleground. So right now, remember that picture I showed you guys? So right now, you have people from everywhere. Let me put this picture here again. So right now, this is what you have, a battleground for everybody. This is what makes our continent, our beautiful continent, our rich continent, a battleground for people. And you have this picture right here. You have Canada, you have USA, you have the European Union, all the countries in Europe, right? You have Israel, you have India, you have China, you have Japan. Even Russia, you can add Russia there. Everybody is coming after a single place, Africa. Everybody is targeting Africa. Africa is the destination. Africa is where future lies. Africa is where the center of richness. That's how much God blessed this continent, guys. Do you understand that we are blessed? Do you understand that you are blessed? Guys, that's the reason why I'm saying this. You might be thinking that, oh, why you're not talking about the conflict that's going on right now. No, guys, let's take a step back a little bit. Talk about how much we are blessed. Sometimes if you know how much you are blessed, some other things will take care of themselves. If you know how much you're blessed, our perspective will change. And we realize that, oh my goodness, why are we fighting with one another? Why are we taking this road? Why? No, we should try our best to develop our continent, our countries, because we have so much thing. Guys, this is how much Africa is blessed. Everybody's coming after Africa. Everybody's coming after Africa. 110 people who are watching here, I want you guys to repeat after me. We are blessed. Somebody say that in the comment section. We are blessed. Africa is blessed. And if you didn't see, guys, I want you to see it right now, and I want you to visualize it right now. This is Africa. And the race for Africa. Everybody is running to Africa. Everyone is coming to Africa. Guys, all this richness I've shown you, all these numbers I've shown you, can you imagine, man, where Africa would be? Where Africa will be if we'll use these resources properly. Where we'll be if we'll cut down the corruption and puppet that we have. Where this money or where all this richness will be if we become one, we are united as one. And we start dealing with one issue after another one to develop the continent, to develop our people, to develop our infrastructure, to build industries. Do you know how much we're going to change this continent? Do you know how much our countries will be changed? The same richness that we have, guys, the same richness we have, they develop other countries. They develop other countries out there. That's why I'm saying that Africa sustains the world. Let me show you this again.
So you've never heard of premium bead diet?
Africa sustained the world. They say that, Africa, Africa is the poorest, and the world is helping Africa. We are there to support. You'll find even these NGO people, they're like, you know what, we're going there to support Africa because of farming, because of hunger. I'm like, get out of here and shut your mouth up. You're not coming here to support Africa. You're not coming here to help Africa. You're coming here to exploit Africa. Okay, before Africa, it was a battleground. That's how they saw it. But right now, and a couple years back, Africa, it seems like a land of opportunities. They say America is the land of opportunities. No, Africa is the land of opportunities for all these countries to come and to take advantage of Africa. Okay, let me say this, first of all. All these issues and all these problems we are having, we are playing a big role of it. We're playing a big part of it. And sometimes it's even hard to blame someone for coming in your country and take advantage of you. The question is this is what I'm saying. We can blame them for coming and take advantage of us, but why did we let them take advantage of us? Because this is our land, this is our richness, this is everything we got, and then we have a say. We can say that, you know what, no. You want to take advantage of us? No, we know. Get out of our country. That's why sometimes it kind of feel like, oh, why are we even complaining? We are the one who are allowing people to come and to take advantage of us. We are under this trap, and now it feels like it's too late. We cannot even move. But remember this, all these are lies and all these are truth, because we sustain the world. And if you are having a hard time to understand that, today understand that. Today know that. Unity is very important, guys. I'm gonna be sharing the link in the comment section right now to allow you guys to come in and to raise your voice as well, to share your voice as well. And when you're coming in, I want you to answer these two questions. Is Africa really for Africans? You can say yes or no, and also provide a little bit of explanation. But also, do you think it's too late for Africa? Do you think where we are right now? Do you think because you have seen the military base in Africa from America, you have seen how many countries, they are actually almost everywhere. You have seen how many companies, foreign companies are here. And all those companies, if they are providing like employment and, improving the economy of our countries, then we say, okay, you guys are investing well. But no, what we receive Africa and what they take it away is not proportional. It's not 50-50. The matter of fact, I mean, if me, I'm telling you the truth, man. If I'm a leader and I'm sitting on the chair and I know how rich my country is and you're coming to invest in my country, I'm not even going to give you 50-50. Because you know what? You can either invest or you can leave. It's fine. I'm the one, I'm holding a button. I can press anytime. You know what I'm saying? I can press anytime. So you come to my country. No, I have to benefit more than you. I have to get more than you because these are my things. But right now we have all these things in Africa, but they're getting more than what we get in Africa. And we see ourselves, this is where we are right now, discussing about this, discussing about conflict, having mentality of loans and aids. And some leaders, they cannot even stand and say, you know what, guys, we are African. We're coming together as African. We're standing with our brothers and sisters to support. They cannot even say that because they are scared. They are scared of losing their support. My brother Ivaneza, Dr. Ivaneza, welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, Mika, how are you?
Man, I'm doing fine. It's good to see you. You're handsome, It's good to see your face. You have to show your face often.
Oh, come on.
He's feeling shy.
Almost.
That's Dr. Ebenezer. But also we have Jonas here and to Niger. Jonas, how are you, brother?
How are you, Mika? How are you?
Man, it's good. It's good. I'm doing good. It's good to see you here. I've seen you here a couple of times, though.
Yeah,
Is it your first time to join? and to Niger. To Niger, what's up?
Hi. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for having me. You know, I think I just discovered your channel today with that guy trying to read the news from Al Jazeera about Ethiopia's capital, and you know, that was funny. That was real funny.
Yeah, that was a funny video. Man, Nigeria in the house. Man, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, I think this topic is quite close to you know what I've been interested in. The African continent, the black countries. Anyway, let me put it bluntly. We have been totally under-defended and been failed by our leaders up to date. And if you look at the numbers of soldiers or security officials in all the black countries, apart from Eritrea, they are all below national standards of other parts of the world. Thus, we are technologically behind, and yet we don't even have manpower in our security forces. Why are we surprised that our systems are easy to compromise? You know, we have look. Let me give you an example. Look at Algeria. They are basically Arabs there, and Algeria has got 700,000 soldiers for a population of 43 million. Nigeria, a population of 200 million, has got 250,000 soldiers. Wow. And if you go look at Ghana, a population of almost 32 million, has got 15,000 soldiers. 15,000 protecting 32 million. If you look at the continent, it's just like that all over, including Kenya, all of them. And it's not like that in any other part of the world. Man for man, per individual citizens, by the number of citizens, most other countries have higher manpower defending their countries. They have higher number of police officers. Why is it that we should have more of those people? Because we want stability. We've experienced so much instability. We should be having more of those people, because that's why they call them law enforcement people, because they keep stability. With stability, you get investments. With stability, you are able to defend your loans. You are able to defend your intellectual properties, and at least you can decide to build a dam without other people threatening you with civil war. This is a problem Africa has been facing. We have been under-defended for a very long time, and I just thought I should come on to let people know that this is a scandal. It's a big scandal. Go and look at the numbers. It's alarming. If I didn't know better, I think there was a secret agreement somewhere. Black countries specifically are under-defended. Look, okay, let me give you one clear-cut example. Look at Mauritania. Mauritania is a majority black country, but controlled by Arabs. Senegal, right next door to Mauritania, is a black country controlled by black people. Next door, Senegal has got the number of security forces Senegal has got. It's around, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 10,000 or 6,000 or so, something like that. Mauritania, with a lesser population, has got 16,000. A lesser population than Senegal has got more soldiers than Senegal. How is that even possible? There is something in black countries that is making us feel like we shouldn't defend ourselves. This is why our countries are inherently unstable. Thank you.
Well, to Niger, I really appreciate for your voice. This is amazing, and thank you so much for raising your voice. Anyone else here want to jump in? Feel free to jump in. Ada Iconic, thank you for coming. Caleb, thank you for coming. Let me go to Jonas first. Jonas second. Jonas, what up? What do you have to say?
Thank you, Mika. I would like to say, is Africans for Africans? Yeah, it must be. Let me tell you one example. For the last 1 year, our cases in the Security Council, it was presented more than 12 times. At that time, our African sisters and brothers, or African nations, sometimes they are side with us, sometimes they are afraid to help us. You know why this? Most of the countries' economy or investment is held by the Westerns. So they are afraid to support African countries. But if Africans is for African, we can help each other at any point. At any point. Therefore, the African resource we can develop now, right now, because now we have a lot of inputs as you are present before, and a lot of knowledges throughout the world. A day after yesterday, maybe you are talking about the diasporas. So diaspora, they do have a lot of knowledges and a lot of resources they can invest into in Africa. Some investors also investing. African investors are investing in different in different countries in Africa, like that of Aliko Dangote. So we should have to appreciate them, and we should have to aware them what is present in different parts of country in Africa, and we should speak. This is our responsibility, the use. And the second point is that are we late? I say no.
Yes.
This is the right time. What makes this time is the right time is that the last 15 years after the independence, we see a lot of things. There were civil war. There were massacres. A lot of Africans are migrated. So this gives us a big lesson for us. Unless we work here, unless we invest in our continent, the next 15 years will be as similar of the last 15 years. So this is the right time to change. This is the right time to have our resource for ours. Thank you, Umka.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Jonas, for your insight. Before I move to the second person, the third person, I have a question to Tu Niger. I see you are very passionate about, military. So one of the points that we have been raising here for a long time in One Africa Forum is that about unity, having a united Africa. And one of the points about military, we suggested before that I think it's going to be really amazing us having unity and having a single military army for Africa, for AU, for African Union. I think in that case, we'll be able to, imagine if you have, soldiers from Nigeria, from Ethiopia, from Tanzania, from South Africa, from Egypt, all together coming together, forming one African Union army. Do you think that will be a solution, to what you were just sharing right now? What do you think about that?
I think that is a definitely potentially great solution. The issue I tend to have with Africa so far is that everything they do tend to go in slow motion, and we don't have that window. If we take another 20 years to do that negotiation, we may not have that time. That's why this question is very apt. I think we should start from the simple things. Next door neighbors, we should start signing defense pact. If anything happens to my neighbor, I go and defend my neighbor. Every African country should be having defense pact amongst themselves. And secondly, let's say there is a coup, you have a duty to intervene to stop any military takeover. And I also think that there is another type of coup that tends to happen on the continent that most people don't talk about, and the politicians definitely don't talk about. Like when a president gets into office, they want to change the constitution to allow them to run for extra term. If they do that, that should be considered a coup, because you can use your position in office to extend your term in office. It's a coup. If they do that, if they ban those things, you will find that Africa will become stable in terms of leadership. They will become stable, because now any military regime that wants to take over knows that their days are numbered. The moment they come into office, the other groups of countries will come and remove them. And any president that takes over will know they have to leave office without trying to extend their term in office anymore. Because that leads to a lot of instability, and it leads to a lot of coups and problems in African countries. So if we start signing the defense pact first, then while we start, because when you start, first we are going to start trading, aren't we, with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement now. Then we start signing defense pact. Then it will be easier. Once many of the nations have already got defense pacts among themselves, it will be easier to tell them, you know what, let's just create a unit in East Africa. Let's create another unit in West Africa, another unit in North Africa. Before you know it, you have thorough stability on the continent. Because right now, I'm really concerned that there are too many foreign military bases on the continent. Too many. Yep.
Too many, brother.
And our people haven't woken up to that we are basically slipping into a serious situation here. If we don't start reacting, start demanding. See, because the reason why I talk about security a lot, Because I find that everything else you do can be undermined very quickly without security. Look at Ethiopia today. Egypt threatened Ethiopia. Within how many months? Ethiopia is in a chaotic situation. Can you have your house? You know, you're like, oh, I'm going to buy TV, flat screen TV. You know what? I'm going to buy some expensive music system. But you know what? What I'm going to do is when I'm going out, I'm going to take my doors out. I'm going to take the windows out, and I'm going to leave everything open and go to work every day and work. Sooner or later, you're going to lose everything. Because security is fundamental to everything you do. And this is why we have to start demanding it from our leaders. And Nigeria is beginning to make some changes to start increasing their security posture. Because this is madness. We don't have technology and we don't have soldiers. What are we? Are we like a restaurant? Anybody can just come and take whatever they want? This needs to stop. We need to start demanding it from our leader that, look at, I know, you know, the number of troops you have in our country is less than what Vietnam has got. Why? We should be asking them, because without security, nothing will work. And we know this in our own houses. It's common sense. If you can do it for your own house, why not do it for your country? This is why Africa has always had problems. And our leaders are not, I don't know whether they are clever enough or too smart, or I don't know what is wrong with them. Why they cannot do anything about it. The only countries that have enough security personnel are in North Africa. Are we going to rely on North Africa to defend us? Do they look like you? You can't rely on North Africa to defend you. We sub-Saharan Africans have to defend ourselves. And sub-Saharan Africa, that's where the population is growing most. That's where most of the resources are too. So I really feel that people really need to pay attention to security, because we underestimate the value of security on the continent. We have done that for way too long. And it is the reason why anything we do never seems to work. If you look at all the countries like China, India, Pakistan, Russia, the only time they really started progressing is when they broke out of the security control of the other powers of the world. China, the moment they got their atomic bomb, suddenly the whole world started respecting them. Same thing, India. Who is going to go and mess with India now? Who is going to go and mess with Pakistan? Even Iran. If you're not strong in this world, nobody will respect you. Africa right now if you look at the statistics in the world, the wealth gap and all these things that are going on in the world, it's almost like we are just infantile. Seriously, I don't mean to belittle our people, but what is going on out there is terrible. People should look at our security posture and how we are able to defend ourselves. It's terrible. I don't understand how a continent can be that way for so long. And the people are not very much aware of it. These are things I found out myself. Nobody told me. I was surprised one day. I was like, oh, let me just check this information. I was like, whoa. And I checked every single country. And we also spend less on security. We spend about 0.5% on average on security. While most countries in the world spend 2%. What is wrong with us? This is why we have so many problems. Why wouldn't they come with their foreign military into our continent? And before you know it, they will use our continent as a battleground. We don't want Africa to turn into Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan. It's going to be a terrible future for us if we don't pay attention to security, because it's at the heart of everything. Because that's how you reclaim your own destiny. It's just common sense. If you want to try the experiment with your own house. Whoever is listening to this, open your doors, open your windows, and go to work every day. And see how well that works for you for long. That's what Africa is doing right now. Thank you.
Wow, interesting.
Thank you.
Wow, to Niger, thank you so much. And talking about how many military bases we have here in Africa, like foreign, let's look at this for a second.
It has over 7,000 troops deployed in the continent. They're spread across some 13
Let's go for Africa. Because if you don't do it right now, I'm afraid we won't have future any longer.
For the longest time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. It has over 7,000 troops deployed in the continent. They're spread across some 13 African countries, including Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Libya, Mauritania, Niger, South Sudan, Somalia, and Tunisia. For the US, Africa was a continent for counter-terrorism operations.
I'm afraid I was cheated. So that is just one country. That is just US. Those are troops they have in Africa, guys. That's just US, right? And you have other countries as well. So this is what Tunija was saying. And I think, brother, you raised up really important points, because, when you're looking at different nations, and one sign of, saying that, oh, this is the strong nation, or this is the strong country, you look at the military they have. You look at them, and then you say, wow, this is the strong nation. That's why you look at Russia, you look at North Korea, everybody goes to, to army, they're in North Korea. You look at US, but only in Africa. This is such a very important point that, we didn't really raise here before. Ivaneza, you want to jump in?
Yeah, actually, I was quite stunned. What he said was amazing. I mean, it's interesting because it's funny because even in Ethiopia currently, the current situation that arise from lack of military, lack of we were undermined. Even a rebel group in Ethiopia undermined the Ethiopian military, and according to what I have on the ground here, people go to the military when they don't have options, when they don't have good grades, and when they don't have job opportunities and stuff. They just decide to go, you know what, I'm going to join the military so that I can have a salary or a living. And it should be otherwise, the military is the base. I mean, our skin protects us from the entrance of bacteria into our body. So the military is just like our skin. If we don't have a skin, we'll be, always taking antibiotics or antivirals. Will be, hidden somewhere, kept in a kind of it's more of it's an interesting topic because Africans don't have good military as far as I know. During the Derg, the past regime that TPLF took down, we did have a good military, a strong one, actually feared very much by even US. We did have that one before they took it down. I mean, they tried to destroy that, dismantle it, because it was a socialist military. So they were afraid of the socialism expanding in Africa and stuff. And, it's true. It's so true. I agree with T. Nigel completely. And I think this is where we need to work on more than education. I think we need to learn military science, the art of war, and military kind of engineering, because I do know that we have defense engineering college, and also we have a military university here where I live. But it keeps you thinking, what is wrong with us? I mean, what happened? Where did we lose that? Because many people complain about Eritrea taking its youth to the military and training them. They complain. And when you ask them why they complain, I always, beg for a system that I can go and get trained for a military training. Then, I would be ready for my country when I am needed. But when you ask people, they say, no, why? Why is that important? Because, you have the right not to. This is what they kept telling us, we have the right. This is it. This is it. This is the West value, the West propaganda that we have been told in the name of democracy, in the name of ideology, in the name of politics. We've been preached again and again about only our rights, not our obligations, not our future. That's why we have given up our security to the West. We've given up our security to different people. So whenever there is a crisis in Africa, we call for UN, not even AU. We call for UN peacekeepers. And this is madness. Why would we call them? In the first place, they don't want us to have a united firm, and they don't want us to have a united military, the same currency like the euro or anything. They don't want to do that. But, in the same case, we call them for rescue. That's the dependency syndrome that I've been talking about. We developed that dependency syndrome on the US, on the Russian military, or on the, I don't know, like Egypt has the majority military power, I think, right now. And due to this crisis in Ethiopia, now currently, I think we do have a larger military because many people joined, many youth joined to defend Ethiopia from the crisis that's happening. However, it's a really interesting point. We really need to work on how to change this scenario. And like Nigel said here, I don't think we need to take time. Time is a commodity that we don't have. It's a luxury that we don't have. Time is sensitive because the more you give it time, the more they work on investing in dismantling Africa again and taking away our Pan-African movement and taking away every dream and passion that we have about Pan-Africanism and African unity. So, we do believe in Pan-Africanism, but there are countries that don't believe in Pan-Africanism, even in the continent of Africa. For example, if you go to the northern part, maybe Libya might join, Morocco might join, but Egypt for sure will not. Sudan still is dependent on the USA. Is it too late for Africa to be united, to have a stronger firm together? In unity, there's always strength. When you're unified, you're strong. This is a fact. I'm not laying out some idea or some philosophy. This is a fact. When you're united, you're strong. The European Union united, that's their strength. That's what they have now. So the unity gives you strength. Like T. Nigel, he just already said it. I mean, when your neighbor is attacked, you need to have a pact. You need to have an agreement, a treaty signed between your neighbor and you that you will defend them with your military capability. So, like, we need to have that kind of relationship within the African state, within the African continent. We need to work on unifying our military, unifying our currency. We need to work on free visa only for Africans. I mean, this is what I think. The West will lose Africa if they don't want to deal with our businesses, because like, people in Africa are really scared of the West stopping their aid, the so-called aid thing. Like, it's me, I call it a disease. It's a sickness that is making us lazy, and like, okay, US aid will come for us, or the United Nations will help us, WFP is here, so blah blah. And this is making us much more lazier than we were. Africans had their own way of managing their resources before the colonialism period. Now we don't have that because we're dependent on them. So whenever we try to unite and whenever we try to come together, they will tell us, we're gonna stop the aid. We're gonna cancel the aid that we have budgeted for you. So we get scared. That's what happens in Africa. So I think we need to wake up. If the West and if the Americans don't want to work with us, I'm sorry, it's their loss, not ours. We don't have anything to lose. Actually, that's what we need to wake up to. They're going to lose the diamond. They're going to lose the uranium that they're trying to take. They're going to lose the copper. They're going to lose every mineral that Africa has. It's not our loss. It's their loss. So we shouldn't be afraid that they're going to help us. Actually, we're helping them live. We're helping them survive. The world, the world needs us more than we need the world. Because if you come to Ethiopia, people eat mangoes everywhere and they throw it away just in the middle of the street or somewhere in the corner of the street. And next month or the next 3 months, you'll see a mango growing without you even planting it. So our land is a blessed land. You plant something, it grows. You have fruits everywhere. You have edible fruits without even planting them. What are we so scared of? Mortally scared of? We're really scared of losing aid. Actually, we are helping them. They should be the ones, scared of losing Africa. Let them close the trade between Africa and let's start
Let's see how
doing it
long
together.
they'll last.
Thank you. Let's see how long they will last. We will last for as long as we want. Because, we're so focused on the dollar that they show us. We're so focused on the euro that they show us. It's just a paper. It's just a single tiny paper that they put in our minds. This is the mind game. Now, we need to stop thinking about how we're going to challenge it. Let's create our own currency in Africa. Then Africans can trade within the continent of Africa.
Exactly.
We can survive only with that. When they need the trade, let them come back. Why are we so mortally afraid of stopping aid? We need to cut it off. We need to cut them loose. This is what we need to show them, that we are ready. Just go, walk away. We are holding on to a toxic relationship with the entire world. It's like when you're dating. when you're, yeah, exactly. Just walk away. Let it go. Let it just fly. Then whatever is supposed to be yours is gonna come eventually. Like when you're in a relationship with a girl, and when it's toxic, it. Sometimes it's really hard to walk away, but when you walk away, you really find peace.
Yes.
That's it. This is what Africa needs. Let them cut off the entire aid. We don't care. We can work our asses off. Then we can grow our continent by ourselves, for ourselves. That's the kind of generation that we need.
Can I just touch on that aid?
Sorry to barge in, but can you explain how we can move from how we can be independent from the aid? Because right now, about $50 billion a year, right, and aid comes into Africa. So I don't know if it's possible to be like, hey, just take away that 50 billion when we know.
Can I jump in? Can I jump into that one?
Yeah. I just want you to explain.
Let me just say something about that quickly. I think that 50 billion is basically nothing. And I don't know why Africans look at that. We are so used to living on scraps. Scraps. That's what we have been living on. Do you know how much they gave themselves in loan in the last 2 years? It's over 20 trillion. 20 trillion in loans. Not billions, trillions. Do you know how much California spends on healthcare a year? 200 and something billion. We are used to living on scraps, and we have been settling for it for far too long. We have been suffering basically for nothing. Maybe we should start suffering for something. What is that loan? Those aid is nothing. It's poison. There's no use for it. And if we knew the scale of how much we have been deprived, we would be just chucking the aid back at their face.
Thank you.
It's pure madness. Because if you look at the kind of scale, look at what they did now. When they give themselves loans, they don't tell you that they are printing money. But if we print money, our currency depreciates. Why do you think they can do these things and get away with it? Because we cannot defend ourselves. But when the Chinese do it, they call them currency manipulators. Because the Chinese wised up to it because they have the military to defend themselves when they do these things. And they're like, okay, you have been manipulating your currency. You can give yourselves loan as you see fit. And Africans cannot. Africans were just sitting there watching them give themselves loan. G20 countries got over 20 trillion in the last 2 years of loans. They will not call it printing money because who is paying it back? They are paying back to themselves. This is the problem. They're not paying him loans to us. Do we owe them? Do they owe us money? No, they give themselves loan among themselves. And their currency doesn't depreciate when they do it because our currency is pegged to their currency. That is stronger than 20 million standing army. Everything you do can be made useless by them just printing money. And this is why the only way out of it is for us to start building our own too. So that even if they print money, they still have to buy from us. That's how the Chinese got out of it. First, you have to have security. Then, secondly, you have to start manufacturing your own things. But when you have security now, if they manipulate the currency, you manipulate yours. Like for like, you want to start playing that game, or we want to talk about it. Because you can't just keep printing money and import. See, we were kicked in the neck in the last 2 years, and we didn't even feel the pain. That's how bad it is. Because they've just got 20 trillion. And what did Africa get? Basically nothing. And that 20 trillion is not chicken money, it's hard currency, dollars. They can use it to actually buy advanced equipment, to build advanced technologies, to make breakthroughs that Africa would not even dream of doing. These are the inequalities in the world. If people knew how deep it is. If we try to, like now, many African countries can manufacture vaccines. We have the skill sets to be able to do it. We have the brains to be able to do it. But if you do it, you are going to use a technology that is going to trip you up with the intellectual right properties in the West. They will tell you that, oh no, you're not allowed to use this type of centrifuge to do this type of stuff because these people have already invented it. If you want to do it, you have to pay to them. There's something that they call the TRIP protocol in the WTO. It's what takes care of intellectual property rights. And because Africans cannot defend themselves, we can barely make anything without tripping up some other person's intellectual property rights. And which means you cannot get away with anything. You basically cannot build anything. But guess how China did it? China just basically ignored it. Because if China had to do that, China would be behind today. China will never be able to invent anything. And this is why it always comes down to power. If you don't have security, you can't move anywhere. Because you can't defend your intellectual property rights. You can't defend your currency. You can't defend anything. You can't even defend your loan. Because they can give you a loan, compromise your country, and you can't pay back, and they own your country even more. This system that they put in place is so sophisticated that I'm not even sure I know the full scale of what it is. It's not just soldiers. Soldiers are just the tip of the spear. Financial systems are devastating. That's why I said they kicked us in the neck and we didn't even feel it. G20 countries getting 20 trillion. Do you know how much inequality has just happened? While Africans are still toiling in the farms, trying to... Nigerian budget is around $26 billion. But Africans are like, we thought that was big, isn't it? That is less than, that's almost 10 times less than what California alone spends on healthcare.
Man, to add to that, to add to that, before I let Caleb, Ivaneza, I'm sorry, I'm gonna come back to you later, but I want to add to that a little bit before I let Caleb also, share, and then I'll go to John Divine. I shared here the statistics, like 2 days in a row, that every single year, Africa lose like approximately 50 to 100 billion US dollars every single year. That is more than the loan that comes every single year to the nation. So they come in form of loan, but what going out, what they take it away, it's 50 to 100 billion US dollars every single year. That's how much we lose. So the loans that we think that we receive, we don't really receive anything. In fact, we are losing every single year that amount. And that is just the approximation, is what, according to United Nations, I share the link of the article and share with everybody, but that is what they kind of like discover. But there's a lot of money that we are losing every single year apart from that. And before I allow you to come in and share, I want to share this video again. Maybe some of you didn't
a continent of 54 sovereign states, 70% of the world's population, 9.6% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, 35% of the world's uranium, 75% of the world's coltan, and 54 votes in the United Nations General Assembly. This is what makes Africa so attractive and makes the continent a battleground for global powers.
The time is this is Africa. And this is how, that's why I always say Africa sustains the world. They make it seem like the world support Africa and with the loans that are coming, but this is how rich Africa is. And every time, I share this video, and I said in that video, it says that, most of investment that Chinese made here in Africa, even US and other countries, they're actually investing in the minerals. And that's why we lose so much money, because that's where money is. That's where our richness is. And every single year, we're losing so much than what we receive. Caleb, I want to allow you to comment to share.
Yeah, that video was very powerful. Thank you, Mika. About that video, one thing I want to say is that even if there isn't like foreign pressure in Africa, all we do with that resource is just export it raw. Like we're exporting raw materials to the West or wherever it is, right? That alone is the biggest problem that we have within our country. Like we're mostly, as Africans, we're mostly dependent on agricultural products. We're not industrialized, right? So raw materials, whatever it is, we might export crude gold, you might say, and either gold back as rings or necklaces with a lot more money. So one thing I admire about the Ghanaian president, I saw this video. He was in a conference, I think, in Europe. As we know, Ghana is the biggest exporter of cocoa, right? And Switzerland, as we know, they make one of the best chocolates in the world. And most of the cocoa from Ghana actually goes to Switzerland. And then in that conference where I'm not sure, but then representative from Switzerland was also there, and the Ghanaian president was also there. And then he said that Africans, we need to start making our own things with our own resources. So they were like, we're going to restrict the exports on our cocoa and then make chocolates ourselves. And then we can actually export the chocolates and make more money. So Africa in general, I think we should go in that direction. Also, Botswana and South Africa nowadays are sort of restricting exports of raw materials. They're actually manufacturers nowadays. So other countries of Africa should also do the same thing. And to Ivaneza, before you reply to my first question, I just want to add one more thing. Starting from 1970 to 2012, sub-Saharan countries, right, have shown an increase in GDP correlating to increase in foreign aid, right? So our economy of sub-Saharan countries sort of dependent on the aid. There's like a direct correlation between the aid we receive and our GDP, our economy. So you said we need to get rid of the aid. So I just want to know, like you're right, we definitely should be independent. I just want to know how we can transition out of this, because our economy is depending on the aid. Thank you.
Okay. MC, should I continue?
Yeah, but can you make it short?
Okay, as simple as I'll try to make it really short. This is it. We are depending. Still, we're looking at the figures of our annual budget. We're looking at a figure. A figure is an example of an idea in your heads. So, what are we actually importing from the West? What are we getting from all of? We get the aid. We import medications. We import jeans. We import clothing from China, from India, from Europe, from like famous companies. We import it. Even we import oil and we produce it. Where I live, there is like an oil company, but no one uses that oil. We import it and we use the Turkish oil, Saudi oil, food oil. This is like, I don't care if the aid stops or if the aid continues, but you can't keep a food. Like I'm a vet. I'm a veterinary doctor, and from my professional background, for example, if you hold meat for a dog, and if you don't give it, if you threaten him with that meat, it is called an abuse of the animal welfare. You're crossing the line of the animal welfare. People actually care for animals, and like they don't care. They threaten you. We're gonna sanction you. We're gonna stop the aid. That's a figure. Let them do it. What are we gonna lose? Nothing. To be honest, we're just going to lose the figures. We're going to start working with African states. We're going to start growing our economy within the African continent if we have the same currency. And when they need the materials, let us give them the materials for a better price with a better deal. And also, just like you mentioned, let's produce the products that we import and let's export it to them. Let's get the money. The aid is not coming from us. The aid is not coming from them. It's actually coming from us. Africa is the one continent that is helping the entire world. Without Africa, trust me, no one will exist. You go to Europe, Belgium, Netherlands, Switzerland. They import soil. They don't even have soil. So they have to buy soil. Come to Africa. We have a fertile soil. Put anything in it without any fertilizer, everything grows. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not correlated when you look at it from mathematics perspective or from economics perspective or from an accounting perspective. Yeah, it's going to correlate with your budget, everything. But it shouldn't be a threat. It shouldn't be. Aid is based on relationship. Relationship is based on mutualism, not parasitic. When it becomes parasitic, when one is attached as a parasite to another one, that's called destruction. You need to deworm yourself for a parasite. So that's what you do. You remove the parasite. You say, I am now no more the host of your parasitism. That's what's happening to the world. We have to actually lay it out to them that we can live without them. The Chinese did it. Why not us? What is wrong with the Africans? We can't do it. Are we proving them right? That's what I believe, because we can do it, and they have to know that we can do it. The Chinese ate, everything in their environment. They grew their economy, and now they're competing to be the number one in the world. They're actually threatening the number one country in the world, which is America. They're actually threatening with their military. Let's grow our military together. Let's grow our economy together as African, as a united firm. Like T. Nigel said earlier, as long as we don't have an army that is protecting us, then everything is outside. They can take it, they can destroy it, they can come in. How can we say no more America's intervention in Africa when America is invested solely in Ethiopia or in Eritrea or in Somalia, on diamonds, because Mika was talking about it. So 600 companies, right? That's what you said. 600 companies of
Just
America
inside
inside Africa. So why wouldn't she jump in with the military? Because there are 600 companies of America, which are not even ours. So if we cannot protect our resources by our own military with our own best relationship, then I'm sorry, it's going to be a far-fetched dream than an action. So we need an action. We need to move forward with a strategy, with coming together and with unity. That's what I believe in.
Yeah. And my brother, he put it very right. He said, we have been suffering for nothing for too long. Maybe it's time to suffer for something. Because
Perfect.
either way, we're going to suffer. So let's just take that way. John Divine, you're next. Come on, welcome to the show, my brother. John Divine, you mute yourself. I'm trying to unmute you, but okay, go ahead. What's up, brother? Hello?
Hello, brother. Good evening, Mika. Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Good evening, brother. It's been a while. Okay. John Divine, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me, my brother? Yes, I can hear you, brother. Good evening, brother. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I've been joining the show all this while, listening to everything everyone has been saying in the show. But there's one thing I want to point out clearly here. We Africans, we need to value what we produce. This is what number one major problem we are having. We don't value what we have. we always compare what we produce to foreign materials. Just imagine this thing. In Nigeria now, during Yaradua, there's one president called Yaradua, during his regime, he monopolized the sale of cement in Nigeria. He monopolized the sale of cement in Nigeria. Dangote sale of cement, monopolized that business so that everybody in Nigeria will be using Dangote cement. Can you imagine within the range of that man's tenure, Dangote became the richest man in Africa just because of monopolized the sale of cement. Only him was selling cement in Nigeria. Just only that cement made that man the richest man in Africa. The main thing that's happening to us is that we keep comparing ourselves to foreign countries. Let us value what we do. Let us at least, even if it doesn't make any meaning to the Westerners, let it make meaning to us. Someone that might just walk into a store, when he looks at the back of the product and maybe they wrote in the product, maybe made in Nigeria, maybe they'll say, oh, this thing is inferior. But when they see maybe made in US, made in America, they'll say, yes, this thing is very valued, or this thing is very, maybe that goods is more valued than the one produced in the country. This is one problem that I think that is really affecting Africa. We need to value what we do. And with what we value, it will even give us the energy to push on to anything we want to achieve. That's what I have to say. Thank you, brother.
Well, I appreciate John Divine. I really appreciate for your voice. It's been a while and it's good to have you back. Matthew, you are okay. Let's go with Mwenda Tezi. Mwenda Tezi, it's been a while. Welcome back, brother. I believe you are from Kenya. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hello, Mwenda Tezi.
Yeah, I was actually. How are you, Mika?
I am good. I'm good. Are you calling
Hello?
from Kenya, right?
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm from Kenya. Yeah, I'm from Kenya, Mombasa.
All right. Jump in, brother.
So I was here to contribute about this thing about trade and what you call capital flight, which the money leaving Africa. And I was reading this article about the foreign aid in Africa, that they even had a theory that if foreign aid is 10% of the GDP, at some point the country is going to develop to maybe I don't know, is it middle class, first world? I don't know what they call a developed country, because the other day you were here saying that not all there's no such thing as a developed country. They're all developing. So what I was thinking, and from what I've heard about what you're talking about, Ghana selling the cocoa to maybe stopping the sales of cocoa and manufacturing for themselves. That's actually a very, very interesting idea to go. And the same way, even Kenya, we sell coffee. We are one of the biggest supplier of coffee in the world. But we don't
do you know how
produce.
much money you make with that? Sorry for cutting you down. Do you know how much money you make by that? Because the other day we were talking here we were talking about coffee, and then we were saying that, for example, countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, export a lot of coffee, but then, the money that we make is not the same as the companies like, Starbucks and all those, coffee shop company. Like, they make a lot of money out of our money and out of our products more than what we make. We're talking about that. Do you know how much money you make?
That's what I was saying. It's like we don't, because they're not. It's something called value addition that we don't. What we do, we don't actually. This is how a very good representation of how we don't control the market. That we are dependent on Western money. And that is why even what Ghana was doing, it may go through well or it may backfire, because like companies like Starbucks, they can just they're so powerful, they can say, okay, if you don't want to sell us your coffee at this price, we won't buy your coffee, and then we are disadvantaged. We have the short end of the stick, as you can say. So that's why I was thinking that the best trade that we need to improve as Africans is African countries. It is between ourselves. That instead of us, say, what is this called? Instead of us growing crops that only Europeans take, why can't maybe a Kenyan look at Tanzania or look at Malawi or look at and think, what can I sell to? And concentrate on those things. Or a South African thinking about, what can I sell to a Ghana, to Ghana? So this is the type of trade that should be promoted within the continent. Even if it will probably pay off more, because we will have at least we will make better deals with each other. And this will also do our currency. This is why even this guy called Gaddafi. There's a reason. There's a reason why they killed Gaddafi, and it's because of this thing about this currency thing. That the currency of the dollar, the currency of the African countries is weak, and it's not weak just because it's an accident. It's purposed like it's designed that way. They have designed that our currency will be weak and their currency is strong. But the truth is, you should ask yourself, why is their currency strong? Yet
because we're using it.
Yeah, because let me tell you, the dollar used to be backed by gold. But now, the moment it's not backed by gold, it becomes a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. It is backed by nothing, and because half the gold in the world is in Africa.
Exactly.
So if this is why Gaddafi wanted to have an African currency backed by gold, because it will be the strongest currency, one of the strongest currencies in the world if it is backed. Because it is, but now the Western world, they like what is called fiat currency, because fiat currency can be controlled by them, because they control the dollar, they control the euro, they control. So you can see there is a series of systems, global systems. Even when you see how the United Nations is designed, you can find that you cannot even make any significant law, and the USA can veto, or what is it, UK? They can say no. They have this power of saying. So you find that even in the trade world, the countries like Africa, continents like Africa, the global South gets the short end of the stick. We get the weaker currency, we get the bad trade deals. And so you find that the best trade, because if it's just trading amongst ourselves, improving amongst ourselves, if it's industrialization, don't start thinking about, I'm going to sell to the Europe, what do the Europeans want? What is in the European market that we can exploit? Start thinking about what is in African markets that we can exploit. So at some point, even I don't even feel bad that Europeans are taking these minerals, because honestly, to me, we're not using them. I know if we were using them, if there was maybe an African country that was making phones, and we were saying, we should give them to this country so that they can make phones, instead we are throwing them out. No, nobody is making phones. Nobody is using. They're just there. So we're just complaining about prices, but they're using them. They're the ones who are creating the phones. They're the ones who are creating the cars. They're the ones who are creating all these things with these rocks that we see. We see them as rocks. You see, this is actually a problem. Also, we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, what are we? Even if we sell them at cheap price, are we putting value to these things? So this one was on my point also.
Right. Appreciate, brother Mwenda Tezi. Pastor Ezra, welcome. It's your floor, brother. It's good to see you again. How are you?
Hey, His Excellency. How are you guys on the chat?
Good,
We are all
good,
fine.
Pastor
Oh,
Ezra. We're all good.
and also let me remind people in the chat, guys, if you have shared, feel free to leave because the limitation of people is only 10. So I believe there might be other people who wants to come in and they can't. Yeah, someone is trying to come in right now, but they can't because we are 10 here already. So kindly you can leave and maybe you can come back later as well to share so that we may leave a space for
Oh, all
other
right.
people to get
I'm about to
share.
leave. Thank you, Mika, very much for the platform and what you're doing for Africa. It's a very big thing. Thank you very much. I'm about to
Oh,
leave
who is speaking?
the conference right now. Caleb.
Caleb.
About to
All
leave.
right.
All right.
I
Yeah.
appreciate
Thank you
Caleb.
very much. All
God bless.
right.
God bless. All right.
Yeah, interesting topic that we're having about so many things. I think it's mostly it has to do with economics and politics in a way. But anyway, coming back to okay, let me start with aid. I think we need to also clarify certain things about aid. I think people need to understand there's different kinds of aid. It's not all bad. Not all aid is bad, by the way. There are many things that we are also benefiting as Africa through bilateral trade aid, where like the country like America, where it gives some of our businesses to trade or get access to their market. So people just think of aid because there's aid, there's what we call humanitarian aid, which is when we see in war-torn areas where maybe a certain government will send money or food or those things. Those are humanitarian aid. So there's different kinds of aid. I think not all aid is bad, and even rich some nations, some countries that we envy, thinking they're all good, they also get some form of like I think Israel and America, they also have some form of a military aid type of setup where America has been supporting Israel in terms of their military, as much as good as they are in Israel in terms of military equipment and technology, but they've been helped so much by America. So it depends on what kind of aid that we're talking about. If we talk about handouts, I also don't agree with the handout. The humanitarian ones, as much as yes, we can say we don't need humanitarian, but when we have crisis, then that's when those nations can speak because no one speaks. The ones that we as Africans, instead of us sending those food and everything, we are quiet. And we are not taking the right step as countries to say, if there's a humanitarian in Darfur or in Mali or wherever, each country, let's take out some form of money and buy food to those people. We are not doing that. That's also one of the things that we can blame ourselves instead of blaming the ones that are coming because they're coming with something. That's why they put their mouth on our affairs, since we keep quiet when there's issues. And another thing is investment, like in terms of companies that are coming to Africa. I think many governments, they are falling into the trap of how do I call this? The unemployment, so many underdevelopment in the continent. That's why they are willing to sleep with anyone who says, I've got money. Can I come and do mining? Can I come and do this? I think our government somehow, that's why they are coming from a background of disadvantage. They are not going there with the confidence to say we have to get a better deal. We might not have the machinery, we might not have the money to invest in those minerals or do explorations, but we need to get a better deal. And we should not be boxed in a corner because we know that we've got so many issues, we have so many things that we need to develop in our countries. That's why if you look at China, it just calls all 54 African presidents, come to my country, let's talk trade. All our presidents fly China. They're all there being signing deals and all that stuff because they're so desperate to develop the continent. Sometimes that's why they end up getting into all these bad deals. And as people, as the ordinary man, we don't seeing those things. We're just thinking, oh, they're selling us up because they are also cornered, and then they also are not standing up to getting better deals in every trade agreement or bilateral trade that they're getting themselves into. And I've got this other article, with food. Africa, we have food. It's not that Africa doesn't have food. There's this other article. Again, aid. some of the aid, it comes in terms of some research, some of the things like research-based stuff. We get donors and all those things from either institutions or companies to do certain research. So, for example, there's this other article that was done by Deloitte. I don't know if I can share this. Something to do with Africa in terms of food in Africa. I'm just gonna share this, Mika, quickly. Something. Okay, I'm just gonna share this, and then for the guys.
And
just
remember my 2 questions.
Pardon?
And remember my 2 questions. These 2 questions right here. Is it too late for Africa? And is Africa really for Africans?
I'm gonna answer you just now in closing. I'm not gonna take long. I just want to share this. Let me share this. I don't know if the guys can see this. For example, in Africa we do have food, but one of the things that are affecting us, and that's why sometimes when you go to the retail stores, the formal retail stores, you find a lot of food stuff that are not coming, processed foods that are coming from other nations, because what they do is they have manufacturing. They manufacture the foods. It's not just about, you know, food, like it expires quickly. Vegetables, fruits, and all that kind of stuff. We lose a lot of food because we are not processing some of the food and preserve them and make more money out of them. That's why you've got so many markets in Africa. But if you look at how much food gets lost, there's what they call a post-harvest loss. And there's food that gets lost from farmer to the market. So there's food that gets lost there because there isn't really in good storage spaces. There's no good transportation to take that food in a good condition to get to the market. And also things like bananas and stuff, you know, it rots quickly. Once it's ripe, I mean, it only takes 2 days. That's why when they're exporting bananas, they normally they put them in dark rooms. I don't know if you've once seen how they do it.
Ezra.
Pardon?
Ezra. We don't see anything here. It's just words.
Guys are not seeing anything.
I'm just seeing like words, like executive summary. That's it.
Okay, yeah. This is a research done by. Let me just. Can you guys see here? Now.
All right. Yeah.
Is it big enough?
Let me do this. It's fine.
You'll tell me if it's visible for the guys to see or.
It's visible.
Is it visible?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, let's see now.
Oh, you satisfied now? Okay. Yeah, just look at this research. Just this part only. I'm not gonna even go into this research paper that was done by Deloitte. They said the amount of food that lost due to what they call post-harvest loss is enough to feed the total number of undernourished people globally. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, which unfortunately is home to over 200, I think this is just it's an old number. Maybe it might be only the southern part of sub-Saharan Africa. People where they are suffering from chronic undernourishment, 30 to 50% of production is lost at various points along the value chain. Before you see that lady who's selling bananas in the street of any city, there's so much food that was already lost. Unlike other nations like your America and stuff, they have so much food and they can process. As much as we say we don't want processed food, all that stuff, we lose a lot of food, and that food that we're losing, it's money that we could be investing in food process, in preservatives, and selling to other nations. You know, nations like your Saudi Arabia, they don't have good soils. They will buy those foods. That's why now, because we are not even manufacturing some of the foods and preserving some of the food for a long term. That's why you go to all these formal or retail stores, you get food from America, Italy, and stuff because of such things. Because we are not processing some of our food and store the food for long term purposes. This is just one example about food in Africa. What we are losing on and money. This is money. This is money that. This is money that we are losing just in agriculture only, you know. And then another part, it's about in terms of when I'm talking about this article that I was reading as well. It also outlines like the opportunity that we are missing on certain things. The manufacturing part of Africa, there's certain industries that we need to manufacture. We need to find ways to to add value to our stuff. Food is something that it should be basic, and we should try to be investing so much. I was reading another article from Dangote as well. I think somebody mentioned Dangote in terms of they were doing, I think, pastry. They want to do tomato pastry, but in Nigeria alone, they are not getting enough tomatoes to even process the pastry and stuff. They're still having a lot of shortages where they need to import some of the tomato so that they can process it. They're looking at long term, and we can blame them and say, no, this guy is taking the market, but this guy is seeing an opportunity and is helping the country in a way, because that's jobs also for that nation. So it's some of the things, it's all in us. I think we should not just think everything is all the leaders are all doing certain things wrong. We need to also look at what we can do ourselves for our countries. Food, for example, I just made one example about food, and also the different types of aid. Not all aid is wrong, or all aid is a dependency syndrome. You know, you have to understand what kind of aid. For example, if I had to get money or any donor funding that I'm getting, maybe for my project, that also falls under the aid. When they say just saying aid, they all include those kind of monies as well. So we need to understand as well, because sometimes I think people just look at it in a form of we are just getting money and then we are being controlled. But there's also different things. Even for somebody to get like when bilateral aid is when governments agree that that's why some countries you find that they'll say in a country, maybe in Malawi, they'll say they're taking 400 students to China. China have an agreement that they'll have an intake and reserve space for people from that country to come and study. So that's why we need to look at what the things that are going to benefit us on the aid part, if we're talking about aid. And
sorry, if I may add something, I think regarding this aid, this thing, I noticed that you were going on about it quite a bit. Everybody understood when everybody was talking about aid that we are referring to the aid that they use to control the government, not student this in stuff and all the stuff. If for me anyway, you know, you can't have somebody burn your house and give you a bottle of water and say, okay, that is aid. That is not aid. The person has destroyed your home. But you have to understand that there's a big difference between both. Let me finish. There's a big difference between both. And when you say that aid is not it's not all bad, good. That's a good thing, isn't it? The only aid Africa needs is military assistance. If anybody wants to give us aid, give us technology to build our nuclear technology, give us this weapons to defend ourselves, then I will consider you a friend. Not when you are responsible for keeping the continent down, using your financial clout, using your diplomatic clout, using all the international organizations that you put in place, then you give us pennies. And this is the problem. When people start settling for scraps, you know, like I said, 50 billion. That is not what California spends on health alone a year. So you have to know when somebody has burnt your house down and given you water. That is the equivalent we are talking about here. We are not talking about somebody that is trying to help you like the way they are helping Israel. You can see they are giving Israel billions of dollars every year. If you take that by the population of Israel, it's like giving them a whole, like sustaining the economy, and they give them also military aid. And they defend them at the UN. Come on. Did you see them doing that for Africa?
But I think you didn't. Did you hear what I said earlier in my opening?
No, you said there are types. See, the reason why
I don't. Exactly. And what did I say? Listen to what I said earlier. I said also we are partly to blame for certain things happening in our continent. For example, I said in war-torn areas in our same continent, when there's an issue, no one in our countries stand up to say we'll go and do a humanitarian stuff. We're just quiet. And like now, what's happening in Ethiopia, I wonder how many countries, if something goes wrong, will they be sending food? They'll be sending military and what's this, health stuff. How many countries will be doing that in our country? That's why we are also partly to blame for such things as Africans, that we are not doing anything for our own.
That's true. I think one of the problems we have as the dynamics that happen in every country is that, first of all, most of us hate our leaders. We hate our leaders, and our leaders don't have any defense. They don't have any way to protect themselves. And it means the only people they can serve, really, that owns their power in office is the people that you don't want, the foreign powers. They will serve the foreign powers because leaders have to serve somebody. If they cannot serve their people, they will serve other people. And this is a problem. Look at the Haitian president who was killed in his own home. was murdered in his own home. Can you imagine how many times? Do you know how many leaders we have lost as black people in the last this in 1 year alone, through coups and everything? 10, at least. Black nations alone. So this, we have a chronic problem where we hate our leaders and we expect them to serve us. We don't defend them and we expect them to serve us. Why? Because they know that sooner or later, if they try to support us, then all the other people are going to do is fund protests on the street, destabilize the country, and you get chaos. And before you know it, they will remove them from office. The next man goes in and do exactly what the other people want. And the reason why it's so easy for them to do this, because we don't have security in the first place. And this is why it has to start from the beginning. We have to start from the beginning and demand our leaders start defending our people. Because what tends to happen is, look at it, Mali recently. This guy wants to, the president of Mali, or I don't know whether he's a military leader now, wants to bring Russians into the country, at about 1,000 Russians. And the French are all like, oh, I'm going to leave if you bring Russians in. I wouldn't like to be in your country. I was like, but you have millions of people in your country. What are you doing with them? You are bringing 1,000 soldiers. Why are they not using our own people? We have 1.7 billion people on the continent. We keep asking for other people to come out. It's weird. It's really strange. You don't need, see what Rwanda did. Rwanda didn't use high technology to change their country. When I saw what the Maya eating on the streets of Rwanda, I don't see high technology there. It's common sense what Kagame just did. We can't even do common sense things now. This is so fundamental. We have to be able to say we don't even need foreign aid to build our military. Our forefathers, did they need foreign aid? Did they get foreign aid from foreigners to build their own soldiers and their military? We have young men on the street without jobs. We won't give them jobs, and we'll go and give 1,000 Russians jobs. What madness? And then we use our money to pay them again. And then those people you bring in, mercenaries you bring in, they know about your people, they've tested the blood of your people, and they go and kill your people later on. Because that's how the Haitian president died too. Because they kept bringing mercenaries from all over the world. We have to seriously start learning that security is paramount for any system to be able to function. If you don't have security and you keep compromising it by taking aid because they will influence it, because if you don't take the aid, they'll say you are trying to be independent, they will start looking for a way to sanction it. Kagame said it the other time when he wanted to start rejecting fairly used clothes and they tried to sanction him. This is it. They use aid all the time to start influencing your system, and that's how they compromise you. I've heard an American say that because there is a kind of a chemical in Congo that is required for this Western, all these powerful countries to be able to go to space and in their weapons, that how can they give up Congo? That if they give up Congo, they will leave Congo to Russians and the Chinese and all those people. They didn't even mention Africans. It's almost as if we were completely absent. This is crazy. We have 1.4 billion people on the continent. It's almost as if we don't exist. They treat us as if this is just a dining room where they come and do whatever they like and walk out. Aid, when you take aid, you have to remember that that is just pittance. It's total pittance. The only aid I will look at today, and somebody will tell, I will say, okay, yeah, that's nice. I like that. It's when you start giving us proper technology to start building, industrializing. Not because if the aid was helping Africa, by now we would have been industrialized a long time ago. We've been getting it for decades. The reason why Rwanda got out of where they got to, it wasn't because of this thing aid. It was somebody decided to do a common sense thing. That's all we need. We just need common sense to start taking care of each other. If we don't, because they are moving in now. They are moving in on the continent every day. They are creating these military bases everywhere. The Prime Minister of the UK here was talking about how they want to invade Africa. And you know how they said it? That they're going to offer aid. They're going to offer assistance. This is online, no? It's not hidden, no? And by the time the news came out, they had already sent soldiers into Malawi to help them with elephants. Why would you send soldiers to go and help with elephants? This is how they blind us. If it's all good, you know, if you are paying for students to go to school and, you know, giving people injection, but you have to always keep an eye, because the Chinese don't accept aid. The Indians are not accepting aid that brings them into their country. The North Koreans are not. Iranians are not. Russians are not. Why are we always the one that is always like, it's okay, let them come in? You have so much wealth behind you. You have gold under the ground. You have cobalt. You have all kinds of stuff behind you, and you are taking aid from people. You should be asking us, why do you even need them? We shouldn't even be touching their aid, because if we are organized, we wouldn't need a penny from them. We have the population on the continent. If you have a whip around, you're going to get money that you want. If you have sincere leaders, our people will do whatever it takes to fix the continent. So that's why I don't see. I really get a little bit funny when people talk about AIDS and the other guy try to tie it to the growth of our economy. What growth? The UK economy is 20 times bigger than that of Nigeria, and there are 60-something million, and Nigeria is 200 million people. And this is the statistics remain the same. Like at least 10 times, most of their countries are 10 times bigger than our countries in terms of economy. Can you imagine? You wake up every day, you go to work. Your next door neighbor, in your pocket, you have 1,000 Kenyan shillings, or I don't know what Kenyan currency is. 1,000 in your pocket, and your next door neighbor has 10,000 every day. Every day, you are all going to the same market to go and buy food. You are going to shopping. When are you going to catch up with that guy? You will never catch up until you start making your own, so that when he spends that his 10,000, he's going to come and spend it on you. And he's not going to be able to cheat you again. The way they cheat you, he's going to go and print $10,000 and put it in his own pocket, you have to go with your 1,000 naira every day. And whenever he likes, he can even put 100,000 in his pocket, like they did in the last 2 years. And you don't have a say in that process at all. And all this is I'm saying, some of all these things is their own people that are complaining, saying, how can you keep a whole continent of Africa out of this? You are all just giving yourself loans. Giving yourselves loan. Those same people will tell you that, oh, you are going to give you $50 billion. When you've just given yourself 20 trillion. You know how many percent of 20 trillion is 50 billion? See, the IMF recently created $600 billion for COVID-19 to help countries with COVID-19 all over the world. Guess how many percent of that 600 billion Africa got? The whole African continent. 3%. These are the people that want to give you aid. If they wanted to help you, they would have helped you a long time ago. 3%, the whole continent of Africa got 3%. As if it's not Africa that needs that money more. The US are just gotten trillions of dollars of loan. They are getting more than 200 billion from that. Or 100 billion if I'm not mistaken. This is the scenario that we keep playing. Does that sound like people that are really care about you? If they create 600 billion and they give you 3% of it, the whole continent, not one country, the whole continent. You have to know when people. That's why I use that example of, if somebody burns your house down and give you a bottle of water, are they helping you?
All right. Let me move away from you. I really appreciate for your insights. But I want to invite Effie as well, because we have a lot of people here waiting. Effie, you're next. You can share your thoughts, and then we'll go to Reach as well, and then Wale Lang and Ford Hassan.
Yes.
Effie, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. Sorry if I get nervous because this is the first time for me joining this space.
All right.
Greetings from me to you, my brothers and sisters.
Welcome.
I just wanted to start my conversation with you guys by answering the question, is Africa for Africans, to start with? And my answer would be sadly no, because we have been going through this loop again and again, over and over for centuries. And I would blame that on colonization and nothing else. And Africa somehow has been robbed off from us unwillingly, and people have been dehumanized. Africans have been dehumanized for centuries, and that actually has made us be stuck on a certain level that we cannot even see eye to eye with each other, with different countries within the same continent, you know, with whatever is going on in Ethiopia right now. It is amazing for me. It's just, you know, people just with the people like you, or like it's just some African countries that are actually involved directly to with Ethiopia. I mean, like support wise or whatever, you know, it's not even heard that much. I have seen some uprisings in Burkina Faso and other places, but we have seen that we lack unity. And I would say this is because, pardon me, but I've been working a little bit with trauma. And to talk a little bit about trauma, it is a very difficult thing to overcome. It could last a lifetime, even at an individual level, let alone continental trauma. And, you know, when someone goes through a trauma or a difficult period of time in their lives, they actually grow body-wise, but mentally you get stuck. You can be 80 years old and you still are 5 years old in mentally, I mean. So it's actually very difficult to move from the things that actually traumatized you and actually live a functional life. And when you take that into, you know, take it to a higher degree and talk about, you know, continental trauma, we are stuck. That is actually what is making us go back in time and again and again and again and making the same mistake. That's why leaders cannot cooperate with each other, you know, like talk about Pan-Africanism. We have been talking about Pan-Africanism, I don't know for how long, but it's not that strong at all. So I would say the first thing to take back power is to decolonize the mentality. And that starts with our education system and recognizing who we are actually, what we are, where we come from, the roots and the resources. We need to know ourselves, and then we move forward. And is it too late for Africa? No, not at all. I'm still hopeful, and I am sure that things will get better. But when it comes to taking control back, we have to do a lot better. And that starts with actually aid. I'm sorry to go back into that topic, but you know, I have read this book. I don't know if you guys read it. It's called Lords of Poverty by Graham Hancock. I would actually highly recommend this book because it shows you actually what aid is. There is no good aid. There's no, nothing comes without a price. And this book actually stuck with me, and it will be there for life. And I remember one saying, which is $1 that you get from anywhere comes with 100 problems bucket. And there is nothing you can do about it. As long as you're taking the money, you are going to be a slave, you know, this way or that way. And, you know, all the money, these charities and whatever donations and things we make for, you know, Red Cross or whatever you would say, that money actually never reaches the people, the intended people. It actually goes to payments to hotels, luxury villas for the people that are working in those organizations, and it actually never reaches the people that are actually in need. So in the end, aid, no, it's just, you know, decapitating us day in, day out, I would say. But I highly recommend reading this book so that you get a clear picture of what I'm talking about. And when my brother said, you know, we need to have common sense to start defending us, but sadly, common sense is not common. So that's why it is actually difficult for us to read each other and, you know, unite. And I would actually like to add this movie, if you watched it, Blood Diamond. Any African who has watched this movie would actually never be happy in the presence of any person, any outside person other than from Africa, in Africa, because nothing good comes out of it. Nobody is good. You know, if we don't stand for ourselves, who is going to stand for ourselves? Nobody. It's just like my brother said, you know, we have to start defending ourselves, but first we need to decolonize our mentality, and then we need to correct so many things, education and a lot of things. Spirituality, we are the most powerful people on this planet, and we need to start by recognizing that, I would say. And we need to understand at the same time that two civilizations cannot coexist. Now we are trapped in between because we don't actually realize or recognize the kind of civilization that we actually are. So we always look forward to, you know, like inviting other civilizations into the continent. That is what is making, you know, clashes everywhere. But we need to actually recognize what we have, what kind of civilization we are, or we have been, what we started, and then, you know, try to build on top of that. Otherwise, we will be coming back to the same circle, you know. I could go on and on about, you know, what's happening in Ethiopia, what's happening all over in Africa. But as long as we're not doing these things the right way, we will be back to square one again. So I would say it's better that we start by looking into ourselves first. Thank you.
I appreciate. Thank you so much. Effie, is it Effie? Is it right pronunciation? Effie?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for joining. Today is your first time to join, right?
Yes, it is. I was actually so nervous. I'm shaking, actually.
Oh, you did pretty good. You did pretty
okay.
good.
You're amazing.
Thanks.
Where are you from, though?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. So
I'd like to say that we are all with you, Ethiopia. Just for the record. So, I'm completely pissed by all the stuff I see happening to that country.
Hashtag me too. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, brother, for reminding us that. All right. Walaline, you're next from Ethiopia as well. Welcome to the show. I think this is your first time to come here. How are you?
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Welcome to the show, brother. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you, Micah Chavala. I appreciate your program. And I used to listen your programs with internet, and this is very interesting for African people to unite together and to express their ideas. And it is a time for African people to be united more and more than before. And the issue for today selected for discussion is Africa for Africans? This is a very good question. And as a son of Africans, we are very happy because we are born from rich continent, which is very untouched actually, and full of people and human resources, and it is less represented in the world. I think the image of Africa is not like the other medias already talk today, and Africa is a huge continent and it has very respected people and the black people, the beauty of the world, and it is about more than 1.2 billion, and it's 1/6 of the world, and this is a huge number. And from the initial point, if you start as a human being, the origin of humans is from Africa, and that's from Ethiopia, that's our region. And Lucy or Dinkanesh is the first person in the world, as the science shows, and we African people should be proud of that. All the people originated from Africa. This is a huge pride, and we should be proud of ourselves. And the capital of Africa is Addis Ababa, and the country Ethiopia currently is the leading point for change in Africa. And all African brothers should stand with Ethiopia, and we should fight any false informations that are forwarded from the Western. And currently, Ethiopia is fighting an African war that will change the future of Africa and you African brothers. I'm happy to see here in a media that is led by Micah Chavala, is a young African boy. I appreciate him, and this is my first speech, and I am happy to see you brothers like this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Wadlin. As our brother Area said, man, we are, with Ethiopia, we're standing with you guys. And I'm planning to come back probably tomorrow, to talk about the leaked video, that went viral recently. So I'm planning to talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be coming back here, and also I'm trying to reach out to Jeff. So hopefully, I'll be coming back with Jeff, but we'll see how it goes to talk about that. So thank you for your insight, brother. Big E, welcome to the show, brother.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all people. Big E's on the show.
The voice, the
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. You remember yesterday I said you got to pray today for one Africa, for all the people that's been suffering in this world, and making sure that we all are in the same path. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want a reminder that every African that is on this show right now, I want you all to pinch yourself and ask yourself if you're alive. You got to be live and alive, and then understand who you are. And Africa is start within you. So no doubt is if Africa is for African. We're African. We're born in Africa, and some of us are born somewhere else, but still African. Okay. And I want to remind everybody in here that your being, whether you are mixed on anything, if you got one drop of African, you're African. And there's a long history. And I really appreciate those of you that joined the show. I listen to everybody, and welcome to Effie. By the way, my nickname sometimes goes by Effie because it's Ephraim. So Effie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I know you get nervous, but once you get used to us and get to the platform, believe me, you're only talking to your brothers. Okay.
Thank you. I feel welcomed.
And I really appreciate that. I appreciate your voice. Every voice matters in African matter. Okay. And what we're going through, what we see right now, hey, it's not going to defeat us. It's not going to slow us down. Actually, it's going to make us even stronger. And there's a couple things that Mika's been bombarded, I believe, left and right for things that he's taking side, he's doing this and everything else. I guarantee you right now, Mika doesn't stand on anything but build his one Africa. And he always have the sympathy or the understanding what Ethiopians are going through. And it can be that side, the other side, it doesn't matter. We got a lot of human carnage, okay? The bottom line is people are dying. And guess who's dying? It's not a white, it's not Western. It's on our African brothers. You know what I'm saying? So we got to think bigger. That's why I don't want to entertain a lot of the political part, because it really hinder us talking about different atrocities that's being committed and based on what the Western wants. So we saying no more. We don't want anything, no more. And a pure example on Eastern Horn of Africa, if you look at this Africa, he doesn't want no NGO. He doesn't want no help. He said no handout. We're supposed to be self-sustaining countries. As long as we understand, as an African, I can work. I can work with both hands. Even people that are not, let's put it, fully functional, their brain, their mind, their pure beauty of living as an African, it matters. Okay, everybody should contribute to our African movement, and I will say no more. And this no more is going to extend through a lot of things. We're going to say no more to, and we start right now. The hottest topic is Ethiopia, and you got a prime minister that just went straight to the front line. I mean, it feels like us in the BC, when the king goes right on the front. And not too far, Adwa, you got Minilik that just went to the front. We have these things that happen in Ethiopia, and that shows you Ethiopians always have their kings and queens that are really up front. Do you know everybody get impressed that they got women as a president. Guess what? Ethiopia had queens after queens and after queens, you know. So for an Ethiopian brother, it's no surprise to have a female figure to lead the country. And they adore them. They adore their queens, okay? The queens of Africa, believe me, they've been adored throughout Africa, okay? Now we're talking about Ethiopia. It goes a long way, and we're making it happen as we speak right now. So, ladies, you know, my brother, you know, understand our sisters are very smart, and we want them on this platform and guide us through a few things that we might not know, you know. And we are always focused on logical point, but when it comes to nurturing and make us understand different angles that you looking at different things in different angles. So our our sisters, believe me, we need you in this forum. We need you. We always ask for you to come in. And if you look at Abiy, 50% of his administration are females, and
Yeah.
he made sure because he gets a best clear idea. They understand all the emotion part. They understand what is valid, what they needs for the situation. So, if this little talk is for you.
Thank
And
you.
I want to encourage everybody because you said you're nervous. You should not be nervous. You're a queen, okay? You're a princess.
Thank
Believe
you.
me. So, like I said, we love our sisters, and we men have to protect our sisters. And that sister that you're protecting, she can give us a leap on this African movement. So now I say no more for myself. So I just want to wish you all a beautiful day. And that's where I ended.
That is
Appreciate the chief. Appreciate so much. Thank you.
You just see
Thank
the
you.
smile on my face because of your speech. Thank you so very much.
You're very
That's
welcome.
the voice right there.
Yeah.
We call him
That's
the
the
voice, the
voice.
chief.
The voice.
When he
Thank
speaks,
you.
you listen. All right. I wanna allow Dr. Ara, welcome to the show. I'm trying my best to allow new people before I go back to those who shared before. Dr. Ara, welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. Where are you calling from?
Thank you for letting me on the show. I'm calling from the UK.
All right. Welcome in the house. UK in the house.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the Ethiopian girl. I forgot what her name is, but I wanted to ask, what do you think of like TBLF and the Oromo Liberation Front coming together? I wanted her opinion on that.
Should I go on?
Oh, wait.
Of
Before
course.
that, I want to remind us to stick with the topic, what we're talking about right now. And also, second, I want us also to be careful on what we're gonna talk about because everybody has a different opinion, but I want us to be careful on how we you talk about it so that we may not create rage and hatred, towards one another. And you can go.
Yeah, thanks. I wouldn't actually want to put my personal views out there, but I would say this much, anything that is out there to destroy or damage my country or any part of my country, I would actually passionately hate that. But what the TPLF and OLF are doing together, maybe it's for their own advantages, and it is actually, but I don't appreciate what they are doing. They don't even have the same missions, and I think it's a clash of interest that we are seeing every now and then, and I don't think it's a good collaboration. It's not for a good purpose. It's not for a good deed. The purpose actually defies prosperity of our country, prosperity for our continent. So I don't actually appreciate it.
Okay.
Can I jump in once?
Mr. Ebenezer, yes, please. Go. I know you waited for a long time.
Oh yeah, for Dr. Ara, I think from UK. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm actually currently living at the air, what do you call it? the Air Force area, the Ethiopian Air Force area. So uh, my background is from here, so I know many things. If you need really answers, uh, OLF and TPLF have been rivals for, I don't know, 47 to 50 years, and now they've joined for a common cause, which targets individuals in the world. In the entire world, if you see the history of Africa, individuals have been targeted by the CIA and by European unions so that Africa stays impoverished so that they can take the resources. So these groups have been utilized by the West and by the United States of America, by the CIA, definitely, because Mengistu was overthrown, Haile Selassie was overthrown. These were, Thomas Sankara was killed, Muammar Gaddafi was killed. All these, if you ask me what they had in common, one thing they have in common is Pan Africanism. They wanted to unite Africa. As long as you are not united, as long as you're not, I will requote Farrakhan, if you're not a friend of your own people, they will adore you, they will love you. As long as you're not for your own people, they will love you. But the second you turn to your people and you start helping them, you start developing your country, then they will turn against you. Look at Mengistu Haile Mariam. TPLF has been doing atrocities for over 30 years. However, no one said anything, not even Human Rights Watch, not Amnesty, not United Nations. Look at Dr. Abiy. He's been in power only for 3 years. Now, 3 years, but he is a Pan-Africanist. So it's always targeting the individuals. So TPLF and OLF are being used. They just haven't figured their life out. You know, they're being used by the West so that they can dismantle Africa. It's all about Africa. When you come to, you know, we're trying to do, this forum is trying to do a One African Forum. Like, we're trying to conduct, thanks to Mika Chavala, we're trying to conduct decolonizing the mind. But the UK gets pissed even when Mugabe was responding. US gets pissed when Abiy says no more. We're not puppet government. So they want a puppet government. So these parties would serve as a puppet, but this guy wouldn't serve as a puppet. So TPLF and OLF are here to destroy Ethiopia. That's not going to happen on the watch of 110 million Ethiopians and on the entire continent of Africa. We're not fighting for Abiy. This is an existential issue. We're fighting for our existence. We've suffered under the tyranny of TPLF, and no one was there. No one was there to help us out. So what I would suggest to you is you read and study back the Ethiopian history, that TPLF, OLF, they had been fighting for over 40 years. Since TPLF came to power, they struggled overthrew Derg regime. Then after that, they were fighting in the forest. They have been killing the TPLF soldiers for over 30 years. They've been torturing them. And when, you know, like Abiy came to power, things changed. TPLF wanted power, OLF wanted power. So this is a power grab. It's not even a unity. I don't call it. It's like a cat and a mouse getting married. That's really weird. So it's just a fake relationship that was created by the West so that we can get distracted. And I say this on behalf of the Oromo people because I have that background too. So like I say this, TPLF doesn't represent the Tigrayans, OLF doesn't represent the Oromos.
Yo, so you're from the Oromo ethnic group, right?
Well, I wouldn't
not
go
necessary
into those details. It's not necessary, but I can
Because
tell you
said like Ethiopia is fighting for its existence. What about like the 5 or 6 major groups that want to form their own country in Ethiopia? Because Ethiopia is like a shackle that's keeping everybody together. You've got the Tigray people, you've got the Somali people, you've got the Amharic people, and you've got the Oromo people, who are one of the most oppressed people in the whole of Ethiopia.
Okay. May I ask? I mean, what's the importance of this for you? Because I have to really know. Because if this is what you guys have been telling us, this is what the West has been telling us up front, telling us that we are not united. You know, it's the West that divided for colonialism purpose. You divided us, and now you're still
Well, my brother,
reminding us
if you
that
look into if you look into the history of the continent of Africa, just like with any other continents, whether it's in Europe or Asia or the Middle East, it was never united. You do realize that, right? If you go back into African history, because it was made up of kingdoms and tribal.
Yeah, of course. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to unite Africa, whether
So
you like it
name
or
me a
not.
period in Africa's history where we
We don't
united.
need history. We don't need history. We're making history. See, now you're still backing us back towards a Stone Age, and you're trying to grab me back into that era that I need to see history. Europe wasn't united. Also, World War One was yours. World War Two was yours. Everything was European war, but you're united. I mean, you guys are united until the Brexit. You were united. All of you were united. You were living under the euro. Why can't that happen to Africa? Did you have a history of unity in the past 2,000 years? Because your existence actually came from the center of Africa. So like that's what we need to look into. The Europeans can be united, are united, so Africans can be united. We have the same brain that you have. We are as human as you are. This is the dehumanizing character of the West that tells us that you don't have history of unity, so stay divided. I'm sorry, this is a divide and conquer rule. That doesn't work that way. So we're here to make
Can I say something quickly, please, about this? I think about whether we're united or not, or whether Europeans put our countries together. That is besides the point. We are even trying to get well beyond that. And there is also the aspect that we always have to realize that nations are not created by flower throwing ceremonies. They are always created by conquerors and the first nations together. And the reason why the nations stay together, because they discovered that, oh my God, it turns out that when we work together as a bigger group, we achieve more. And that's why they never return back to a smaller state. So you have to make your peace with the fact that even if you were put together by foreigners, but that is the nature of nations. And when nations come together, it's never by peace. And except in modern times, when we are beginning to realize that if we keep trying to fight to create nations, it could result in a nuclear war. So they have to start talking to each other like the way the European unions are doing. And Africans are beginning to learn from that too, because they did this free continental trade area, and they are even talking about the common passport. And sooner or later, the borders will become less and less relevant. They will even start looking like, different towns in a country. And that is the state we want to get to. About the conflict, I think Africans can take one step further if they can say, okay, you know what? We know we all have gripes. We have divisions with each other now and again. But we have to convert our conflicts to negotiations now for the next 30 years if necessary. Because Africa needs the break to breathe and build. Because if we keep on like this, where every little thing, a conflict floats out from one corner, we will not get the space to do anything. We have to understand every single day we are getting is a gift. Because these people don't understand the idea of mercy. And to be fair, why should you blame them? That's nature. It's about, can you imagine an antelope pleading with a lion? That's not how it works. You are meant to be eaten by the lion. There's no plea that is going to work out. This is how it goes. The Red Indians had a peace deal with the Americans. And after a while, when the Americans got stronger, they took more. When they took more, they was like, okay, let's sign another peace deal again. After they've eaten your leg, they say, let's sign another peace deal again. Then when they get strong again, then they eat the other arm. And before you know it, they were swallowing you whole. And this is why Africans should not take these times for granted, because we assume that we are already safe somehow. Even if we are suffering, we just assume things are okay. Things are terrible. What stops them from just coming in and doing whatever they like right now? we shouldn't take the times that we have now for granted. And this is why I think if we have to, I don't know how our leaders can do it. If there's a way they can do it, where they can say, okay, you know what? We know there are conflicts, we have disputes, we have all the rest. Let's put it aside. This is no time for that. This is seriously no time for conflict. I know, we have border issues. We have tribalism issues. Get it out of the way. And anybody that breaks that truce, everybody turns on them. This is why I talked about the defense pact and all the rest. Anybody that breaks that truce, we have to make Africa a peaceful continent for the next 30 years or so. And the only people we are going to fight against are outsiders that come and try to mess with us, because we are at risk now of those outsiders coming to destroy us. Thank you.
Well, may I come in a little bit?
That's a good view. Let me just say this before you go in. Yesterday here, guys, we had a discussion about tribalism. So I want to remind us again, let's stick with the topic that we're talking today, because we're gonna have a discussion about, everything, whatever you want to talk about, we'll have days to talk about it. So yeah, let's move forward.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on something that Mr. R said, but I know it's off the topic, but I actually need to respond to that. You say that Ethiopia is like a shackle to the people that are actually living in it. And I doubt that you even know the story of the history of Ethiopia from the beginning. If that was the case, I wouldn't be making such a statement, because the word shackle by itself is actually dehumanizing, I would say. And when it comes to unification in Africa and things like that, it was only in 1885 that the European leaders met and drew the map of Africa. Before that, even if it were empires, no borderline was drawn between the empires. One region was rich in spices and the other one was rich in perfumes, and it was always trades between those regions, and there was never conflict. Those tribes and things like that, they were never a problem for Africa up until the division with border lines. And Ethiopia is not a shackle to anybody, but our unity and diversity is our beauty. Actually, Ethiopia is our pride. Ethiopia is our everything. So I wouldn't say Ethiopia is a shackle to anybody living in her, but it is the eyes that you see Ethiopia with that's making you understand it this way, I would say. So it's better to have other perspectives and see and understand the story and, real facts that are on the ground. And, the demonstrations actually that were happening last week or 2 weeks ago, the hashtag No More movement should have actually set an example to how unified the country is, and nobody is hitting on Ethiopia. And just like my brother said, it actually is a power struggle, and we understand that very well. So we're not falling for that, we're divided type of game, I would say. So thank you.
All right. Mr. Reach, welcome back again from Caribbean, right? Welcome, brother.
Thank you, man. I'm from St. Kitts, the Caribbean country, but as I told you guys before, this country is named after Christopher Columbus. I don't. Yeah, it's bad.
You can change the name.
Yes,
change the name, brother. How would you call your country?
Okay,
give you a chance to change your name.
Man, I'm gonna go to one of these women in Africa that's in one of those deep African tribes. I'm gonna say, tell me, mama, tell me what you want to name this country now. That's what I'm gonna do. Then she gonna give me the name. Like, I don't know what to name it, but Saint Christopher after Christopher Columbus is not no. But I like this conversation again. As you know, I've been trying to get in for so long. My job is so unpredictable. Yeah. Because I work in sales, but I like this conversation, and I want to share some thoughts with you guys, like things I've been writing down for the longest while. I've been waiting for my people to wake up, and you guys are finally waking up. So I can finally spread these ideas without feeling like I'm crazy.
Also, remember to answer these two questions, all right? I want to hear your view too.
Yes, brother. I have them down on my notes here.
Okay, that's good.
So I think that what we're seeing in our communities and in our continent, in its simplest form, we have to learn to break down problems in their simplest form, find the lowest common denominator in every problem. And the lowest common denominator in our problems is that what we are seeing in our communities and in our continent are just patterns of behavior. That's when you break it down, that's all it is. And the reason why we're seeing these patterns of behavior is because somebody else is telling us what to value. When someone else tell you what to value, is because someone else is controlling your unit of measurement. When they took us out of the continent, when they came for us and they took us, they didn't just took us physically, you know. They took us spiritually. They took our unit of measurement, because we are not a people that value ourselves based on how much money we have in our bank account. That's not our nature. Our nature is our nature is to connect with nature. That's our nature. Balance, right? That's what Ubuntu is all about. That's our nature. But they took away our unit of measurement. This is what we have to get back, so we can determine what to value, and then we can end up determining the patterns of behavior that are in our communities and in our continent. They're still controlling that unit of measurement. So how do you change that unit of measurement? You have to consume what you produce what you consume. If you have some leftover, then you can trade. But right now, what they're doing to us is that they're coming and they're taking our resources and telling us how to value them. So the question is Africa really for Africans, right? Of course it is. That's a rhetorical question. Mm-hmm. But your other question is what again?
Is it too late for Africa?
No, it's not too late. We should never think that way. We should never think that way, because what else do we have? We don't have anything else but the continent. So I heard one of the brothers say to get rid of aid. But how do you get rid of the aid? Aid is a Trojan horse, you know. That's what aid is to African people now. It's a Trojan horse. It's a Trojan horse for them to come in with their viruses, to come into the continent to tell us how to value our own resources. See, go back to unit of measurement and value again. Because they're telling us how to value our own resources. It's not too late at all. But we must organize. We have to organize intelligently. And the Africans that are in the diaspora, we have to build systems so that we could fund projects by ourselves independently. Look at the dam in Ethiopia. I heard the Ethiopians funded that dam by themselves. Mm-hmm. That dam cost millions of dollars. Ethiopia is a country with 110 million people. There's 1.something billion people on the continent alone. Look at out in the diaspora now, and we also can learn from other people as well. We can learn from what Deng Xiaoping of China did. They had to use the diaspora to help the Chinese, China to build back itself. So we in the diaspora, we who've been outside of the continent, we who went to their schools and know how they think, we can change this narrative, because we have more power than what Marcus Garvey had 103 years ago. We have 103 years more power now. So we can do 103 years more stuff on the continent. We already have all the stuff that we need to connect each other. It's just that we're not controlling our own unit of measurement. So everyone else is coming in and telling us what our value is. This is also how you decolonize the mind. You see, social economics is the only way out of this. Mm-hmm. There's no other way out of this but to social economics. We have to get our economics straight first, because we can say all we want. Oh, we need to have new teachers. We need to have spiritual teachers. But who's going to pay all these people? These people need to survive, right? So it starts with the economics. The economics is the foundation. That's how you change back the unit of measurement. That's how you value yourself instead of having other people value you. That's how we value our resources instead of having other people value our own resources for us. Intelligent organization is all we need. We have it already. That's why we're here right now. Right now, we're here because we are organizing intelligently. But we have to push further now, rather than just having conversation. We have to do it through action now. We have enough technology. We have enough resources. We have enough knowledge. No, we don't have no excuse. We don't have any excuse but the fact that they lock us down now in all our countries and we can't reach each other now but through the internet. When they take off this cover, even when they still have this pressure and this lockdown on us, even still we can still organize intelligently. But when they take it off, a lot of us, those who can, we need to find a way to build a database with all of our people's information in it, so that when we are called upon, we are able to move to the continent to do certain things. Look at the Inga Dam in Congo. They're saying that that dam could power so much of Africa. But we are waiting for somebody else to do it for us, because they have us in this trap. They have us in this trap where we're fighting to survive. We are still in survival mode. Eh? We have been in survival mode from the time they came for us with those slave ships. They still have us in survival mode. So it's not too late, and it will never be too late. But we have to own Africa. We have to own it. We have to own it in our thoughts, in our deeds, in our actions. So we have to take back the unit of measurement so that we can find out what, so we can determine our own value, and then these values now will change the patterns of behavior that we have in our community. So it's not too late, and of course Africa belongs to us. But as I said, we have to own it, brother. We have to own it now.
All right. Okay, I appreciate Bridge. Guys, let me just remind you, make sure to check the private chat. Y'all who are here on the screen, because I'm trying to communicate with you there. So I want to give an opportunity to Dr. Ara. Dr. Ara, do you have anything that you want to add to the topic? And, you know, these two questions, can go ahead. Hello? Can you unmute yourself? I think you're muted.
Hello?
Oh, wait. Okay, yes, you're good. Hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to, I forgot her name, the Ethiopian lady I wanted to respond to, but I'll do that afterwards.
Okay.
Can you send on?
And again, guys, if somebody is talking, please mute yourself, because I feel bad when I mute you. So just mute yourself until your time. Man, I don't know where to go now.
I can always go next.
I don't know.
I can always go next, because they've said quite a few things that I feel like I need to chip into, as they say. You see, from what I see, regarding the questions precisely, is what Africa is for Africans. Africa is for Africans. It's supposed to be for Africans, but right now, it hasn't been for Africans for the last 200-300 years, and so for when we talk about these things, you know, when they decided that they were going to have their Berlin conference and decided to share Africa up the way they see fit, and today somehow we think the world has changed fundamentally. The reason why we are still around today, I have asked myself that question, because, you know, the Red Indians are practically almost decimated. The ones in Australia, same, New Zealand, those ones too. I ask myself, how are we still around today? I think it's, you know, you can say God is protecting us, but I think it's out of sheer, you know, size and luck to an extent that we are still around today, because we didn't do ourselves a lot of good for the last 100 to 200 years. The reason why I say these things is because these people stretch themselves thin around the world. That's why we have to be careful what we are playing around with. They stretch themselves very thin around the world. They are occupying all over the world. And because of it, if you look at it, last century, the Germans almost took their homelands. As a matter of fact, they defeated France. France surrendered, and France owned almost half of the world then. And so we have to understand the reason why they retreated, that they decided to start giving independence and running back home. It wasn't because they were trying to be generous. It was because they were forced into it. And this is how the world works. Nothing is granted to you until you take it. if we don't decide that we are going to start running our own destiny ourselves, our young people need to start demanding these things from our leaders. When we protest, we say we want this thing, teachers, we want salary, we want... First things first, you have to say, okay, we want security. We want to be able to secure our president. Anybody we select quality leaders to rule us, and we want to keep them safe. Because good or bad leaders, they are yours to control. America gave us Trump. Did we have any say? America gave us Obama. Did we have any say? We should have it. See, this thing, Russians elect their leaders. We feel like, oh, we have to elect our leaders so Western people can like them. No. You have to select your leaders. For better or for worse, they are yours. And that is how your nations get their pride and they get their strength back. For me, like I've always said, for me, security is the fundamental. You can't even build an economy without security. Like I've said this, if you want to doubt it, leave your door open, go and work, make a lot of money. That's your economy, isn't it? Don't put security in your house. Let's see how far that gets you. Human nature dictates that without security, all else will fail. All else will fail. Nothing will work. Everything you try to do, we've tried it before. All our leaders keep talking about economy. We want to build this. We want to build this. Today, everything we've achieved can be undermined by one superpower. The only reason why any one of them is not doing it is because they know that the other one will use it as an advantage against them. And one of the reasons why we are probably still around when it comes to the Americans, it might actually be because of the African Americans that are there. Because I remember when they wanted to come to Ethiopia was fighting war, I think in the last century, Americans were gathering to come and join the fight against Italians or whoever was trying to invade the Ethiopians then. As a matter of fact, one top American and this in Air Force officer came and joined the Ethiopians. And the Ethiopians honored the American for that. So it tells you that the Americans, they may not be many, they are 40 million, but that 40 million has a lot of power, a lot of potency because of their proximity to power. Because if that 40 million decides to get their birthright in that country, they could transform the continent itself. Because what do you think will transform the continent? It's only one country becoming nuclear power. If one country becomes nuclear power in Africa, they're not going to mess with Africa again. If you notice how the Asians started growing, the moment the Chinese became nuclear powers, suddenly, oh, they cannot even defeat Vietnam anymore. Oh, they cannot defeat Korea. Oh, no, they are signing peace. Oh, they've left Hong Kong. Because it's always been about security. And we all know these things, and somehow we forget them. We learn this lesson at school when you go to school. The bullies in the playground show you that they have more power. That's why they get away with stuff. The only time you can stop a bully is when you stand up to them. The only way you can get out of this aid culture is you don't even need to reject their money. You don't reject their money. Just start building your country well. They will start getting annoyed and pulling the aid away from you. You don't need to tell them, stop giving me aid. Just start building your country and doing all the right things for your people. They will get so crossed that they will stop the aid. So that's how I look at it. Because somebody asked the question, how do you get rid of aid? Who will reject money if they give you money? If they want to give you free money, take it and build your thing. As long as you don't do what they ask you to do. They give you money, you use it to hire soldiers. They give you money, you use it to hire police officers. They give you money, you use it to build hospitals. Do whatever you like with the money until they get tired of giving you money. That's the way I look at it. We always have to look at it from the point of view that we have to come first. Our people's lives have to start mattering. We just keep dying as if it's nothing. We suffer and suffer and suffer. I was like, what is the point? And we have to learn from other people. Look, Russians lost 28 million people in the Second World War. 28 million. And today they are a superpower in the world. We always think that somehow somebody's going to hand it to us on a platter. Somehow. We are afraid to do the hard work it's going to take. We have to. It's our inheritance. Otherwise, our children are not going to inherit the continent. That comes down straight to that question. If we don't make the sacrifice today, the Africa you see there that you're talking about is not going to be our own.
All right. Appreciate, brother.
Just a little something to put in. All right. He's right.
Yeah.
It's Africa. Yes, it's all about Africa.
Can I respond?
Hello.
And yeah, this is Biggie.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're discussing a lot, getting things deeper. But I've noticed one thing that leadership and how we acquire that leadership into one Africa. And what I noticed is there were a lot of missed opportunities. Saying like when all Ethiopian Eritrean went out on No More, that No More should be really African issue. So all Africans should have been in. All Africans should have been showing up because it is an African issue. And we show them that we are all unite by voice, by heard, and the movement is bigger than we think. I think the next movement, the next demonstration, I invite every African nation to stand with the nation that's been oppressed, the nation that needs change. We need to support each other. And that support one another, that's what the beginning of change. It's just, I feel like there was a missed opportunity to display No More, and that No More to Africa, whatever that they're doing to us. That was the opportunity to show down and say, listen, I'm Nigerian, I'm Morocco, I am Niger, Tanzanian, Ethiopian, Eritrean, Uganda. Uganda is going through some stuff. So together we voice one country in Africa matters to the rest of Africa. So I think the next demonstration, I think our African movement, One Africa, we should all stand together. We should all come out, whether it's the opposition, the other side, whatever the understanding that you have, you can demonstrate. It's all about Africa. I think there's a miss of, this is something that we should look into in the future uprise. We can come up all African, demonstration, No More. Pick a day, and all Africans should show up on every Western countries, including your own country embassies, and show that we said No More. That's how it starts, leadership, by supporting one another. And I feel there was a missed opportunity.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate. Before that,
say something. Okay, I want to say something, please. Yeah.
Yes, John.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. First of all, I want to really appreciate what you're doing. My name is John. I'm from Nigeria. I live in Nigeria, and I'll call myself a Pan-Africanist. I saw your. I saw your channel about two days ago. It was recommended, and I had to follow up. So, first of all, what I would say is that Africa does not need the world. The world needs Africa. That is why the colonial masters weaponized poverty against Africa. But the problem is Africans are really yet to sit down and, study the root of the problem. No one has really sat down to really understand, how to really tackle Africa. I was listening to a professor, a white professor, about last month. He said, Western countries made Africa poor. Why? He said, because we need those resources as cheap as possible. We're going to make it feel as if they are the
cost. Oh my goodness, that is good.
Yeah,
that is good. That's good.
He said Western countries make Africa poor because we need their resources as cheap as possible. We're going to make them feel as if they are poor. Two, they gave Africa democracy. Democracy, it's not something that can, that is effective in Africa. long before they came, we had kings. You know, before we, and you know, I'm not saying democracy, you know, is a bad thing, but the system in Africa has shown us that, you know, good leadership cannot continue for long. When you have a good leader, what they do is try to manipulate it, then put the next bad one. So that's how you keep having cycle of bad leadership in Africa. Now, what is the way forward? What is the way forward? Number one, Africa has to really sit down and seek out how it can move to the industrial age. I tell people, we have to seek out how we can move to the industrial age. The West is trying to demonize China, but I see that if we can make good deals with China, you know, skills transfer, I think we can move this continent forward. Africans own the industry, Africans use the raw material, African produce, African manufacture. I think we'll be able to move this continent forward. It's not enough to be emotional. We have to begin to plan. The Chinese are planning. The Americans are planning. They are seeking for ways to come back to Africa to sit on us again. So we have to be wise. We have to think. Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do. So I'll use my mic. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
John, I really appreciate you, man. We need people like you. We need your voice. And I thank God that you found this place, because this is the place for that. We're having this every single day, 9 p.m., sometimes in the afternoon. You can come and share your view. And sometimes even when you have a suggestion of the topic, you can always reach out and suggest as well. And we can always have discussion here. Appreciate, man.
Thank you. All right.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Dr. Ara here, you wanted to respond something, and welcome. Dr. Ara?
Hello. Yes. Yes. Yes, I wanted to respond to Niger. He was talking about development for Africa. Do you think it's better for each African country, the 54 states in Africa, to first concentrate on developing themselves before we come together as a people?
I think that there's no harm in doing it individually while you can, but if you can cooperate, because that way areas can become more specialized. Like some countries will be focusing on manufacture of steel or special alloys, others can specialize on manufacturing biological and health. We can specialize, because if everybody is trying to develop themselves, what you tend to get is you might get duplication of certain technologies. So there has to be some element of strategy behind it. And you have to, you see, this is the thing, we have to also remember that our African leaders are not totally trying to do anything. They are making moves. If you look at this Continental Free Trade Agreement, there's a strategy behind it too. They understand that they need to start coming together. There is this discussion they had about having airlines, so that the airlines can be traveling from one country to another. Because right now, often you find that they have to go to Europe before you come back to Africa again, because of the francophone and the different regimes they have on the continent. What the official said was very interesting. He said, if we try to build trains so fast, it's going to take too long. But airlines can do it faster, can link the continent faster. It tells you that the reason why I find that interesting was that even an official of the authorities feel the urgency of the time. That is why he doesn't even want to wait for rail tracks to link the whole continent. He doesn't want to wait for road to link the whole continent. They want to link it with airlines as fast as possible. Because the more you link people together, the more we can now start coming to a common this approach on things. Even in North African countries, they understand that their butter is this is where Africa is where their bread is buttered, because the Europeans won't have them. The Arab world looks at them with suspicion, so they are stuck with Africans. As a matter of fact, Morocco wanted to join West Africa, ECOWAS, for crying out loud. All the way from North Africa, you want to join West Africa. That tells you these people, they understand that Africa is where their bread is buttered, and sooner or later, this Continental Free Trade Agreement and the common passport is going to mean that we have to somehow do it together. I think if we do it alone, there's going to be duplication, and it's easier to That's division, the divide and rule. It's easier to divide and have two people knock their head together. But to be precise to your question, should every country do it separately?
Like teenager, I had another sorry to interrupt you. I had another example of competition in Africa. I'll name you two sectors. You've got like the airline sector and the telecom sector. Why is it that South Africa has entered many countries in Africa, and it has taken out local competition and it has dominated those markets, including Nigeria? And Nigeria has a population of 200 million, and MTN dominates that country's economy. Like, you have to look at the partnership with Ethiopia Airlines. They dominate a lot of countries in Africa, including the poorer ones. And a lot of people in my country, Ethiopia dominates the airline. We do have local airlines. I believe that countries should protect their local industry and economy before they let foreign enterprise into their country, because they could just easily dominate it.
See,
that country has no competition. You have to balance out with the trade agreement.
I think that way of looking at things is a little bit short-sighted, because you are looking at it from the point of view of nationalities and stuff like that. Right now, when I look at Africa and black people in general, I see a whole group of people, because generally we're all suffering the same fate. We have common experience by and large. We're often at the bottom of all the totem poles out there when we shouldn't be. So if you start saying everybody should be doing it separately, even within nations, it's not even. There is nothing like even. Your fingers are not even. And if one power, if let's say South Africa comes into Nigeria and dominates with their banking, with their supermarket system or telecommunication, so be it. It means they are specializing and they are getting very good at what they do. Google is one company that literally dominates the search engine of the world. So what? Facebook, the same thing. We have to become bigger. We have to have big companies that can challenge other companies in the world out there.
Yes.
And the bigger that they are, the stronger that they are. Like Nigerians now, I know that Nigerian banks are all over Africa too. So if Nigerians are dominating in finance or maybe Nollywood, so be it. Because we need big institutions to be created that can be generating trillions for us. And we have to see from that point of view, because when one becomes big and becomes very successful, it feeds into the prosperity of the whole continent. Look at Europe today. Even the least country in Europe is doing quite well.
Because they have a single currency. They have a single currency, yes.
No, some of them don't have it. Like the UK has a different currency, but the prosperity reaches all of them, because when one is strong at one thing, the prosperity travels to the others too. Like the UK now, they specialize in some areas of technology and advancement, while other countries specialize in other things in Europe. But when they come together, they all profit from it.
Teenager, what do you think of Norway? Like, it's a big country with a small population of 5 million people. It doesn't have the euro, and it's not in the European Union, and it's oil rich, and they got like it's a prosperous country. Like, to me, Norway is better off without being in the European Union. What do you think of like the case of Norway? Because Norway should be the model for Africa.
If Norway was black, let me just finish. If Norway was black, then you find out that whether that isolation would do them good or harm.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for that, bro.
Norway is enjoying the benefits of the umbrella of the Europeans and the Americans.
Thank you so much.
It's like, when you have a child, the child walks outside and the child is the child of a president or a big chief of the town. You don't see the child, you see their parents, you see their family, you see the power that comes behind them. That is how Norway is. Norway may not physically have a lot of nuclear technology and all the rest of it, but they are enjoying the benefits that comes with being part of the European family.
Of the white race, yes. Yes, let me say something on this. Let me say something on this. See, let me tell you. You see,
please, John, please, for a second, please make it short, and because we have a lot of people here, and I want them to be able to speak. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something I got recently. You see, global economy is designed with race, economic dominance. You see, the white people, they came out with a theory of race to be able to compete. You see, America automatically feeds Europe and Australia. Those, and Canada. See, those Caucasian countries are dominated by white people, all enjoy benefit. Now, go to the economy of Norway. They have massive debt. Massive debt. Like, they have their debt to GDP is, I'm on video, is very high. But you won't know. Go and take their economy. They are messing up. Their economy is based on services. They're like in serious debt. But you will not know that this country are failing because of their causes in the US and their causes in Europe. So that is how it is designed. So let me just stop there. Thank you.
It looks like somebody wants to whip him. What is going on behind you
there? I appreciate John.
No, so see, let me tell you, because black people, let me tell you, racism is real. Racism is going to be there. And we black people have to really understand that is why Africa is at the very, Africa was set aside. You see, anything going on in the country, they put Africa aside. It's racism. These guys designed it that way. They made it that way. So when I see people go outside to blame to blame African leaders, no. These things, look at the global economy now. For example, I was reading about the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement that says that global trade should be made in US dollars. I saw something on YouTube. Do you know that America does not owe debt? A white woman came and said, America does not owe debt. Who praised the dollar? It's America. I'm not going to say that we have debt, we have $2 trillion in debt. It's a lie. America owes nobody. America is a unique country. It owes nobody. So all America needs to do is print cash, get the passport, do whatever they want. These are what they enjoy. For global currency, US dollars, pounds, and euros. These people are just doing nothing. That's why they set up IMF to control the global economy. They put your crude oil, they put your resources at their own price. Now, how do you want to build a prosperous economy? That's why Russia and China is not agreeing with USA, because they said you cannot be controlling the dollar and put everybody under us. You are building us with your currency. We don't want the dollar again. That's why, yes, if you follow Russia, you follow China. Russia now has de-dollarized the economy. He said he doesn't want to. That's why Russia is a very poor country right now, because he said he doesn't want to agree with the American way. So you can see the way the economy is being structured. It is not fair. We're not being put on a fair ground to operate. That's why Africa is failing. So that's just it. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate John. I wanna allow Eleri. Eleri, welcome back. I remember you from the other day. Welcome, brother.
Hello, Mika. Thank you very much. I won't take up too much of your time. It's just in regards to your questions. Is Africa really for Africans? The answer to that.
Thank you so much.
The answer to that question is, in my opinion, no. Africa is not for the Africans. The reason I say that, many reasons. The borders of African countries were drawn up by the Europeans for the financial benefit of Europe. Yet we in Africa are still holding on to the borders, which have partly been responsible for various border wars in that continent. Now, if we want to make it so that Africa is for Africans, then there are a number of things we need to do. We need to redraw our borders for the benefit of ourselves and our neighbors, to stop all these border wars which keep cropping up. We need to do that. Another thing we would need to do within those African countries is we would need to rewrite our constitutions, thus allowing all ethnicities in each African country to have a political chance to speak on problems affecting their region, thus stopping civil wars from starting in African countries, because we don't do that. The other thing which we need to do in order to make Africa for Africans is to get rid of the CFA. Now, I don't know if people know what the CFA is. But if
the franc.
Yeah. So if you go to the West African countries that under colonialism in the past, from the French, like Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Niger, Senegal, they have to pay this. They're tied in with the French economy.
Yeah,
you know,
French economy. Yeah, true.
Yeah, all of their central banks, that they must maintain at least 50% of foreign assets with the French treasury, and they're tied in. So Africa, in those West African countries that are tied in with France, they can never be for Africans. They would need to get rid of that. So in short, the thing that I'm saying is we need to redraw our borders. We need to, so we actually have countries that our people have created, not ones created by the Europeans.
But my brother, can I respond?
All right, let me finish first. Let him finish. Yes.
Thanks very much. We need to rewrite our constitution so all of our ethnicities in our countries have a political say, so nobody feels left out, thus leading to a civil war. And we need to get rid of the CFA. And as I said to you yesterday, I'll say it again, ethno-nationalism in Africa needs to be destroyed. Too many of us are holding on to this ethno-nationalist nonsense, which is leading us to fight and kill each other, whether it's Nigeria in the 60s, what's going on in Ethiopia, what happened in Rwanda. We need to get rid of this ethno-nationalism nonsense. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Mika.
I appreciate it, brother.
Can I respond?
All right, who had a question? Yeah. Who had a question?
Yeah, me. I wanted to respond.
All right. Okay, go ahead. And then James, you're next.
Yes, I totally agree with what you're saying, that Africa needs to get rid of the borders and everything, and including the franc. And I'm for getting rid of especially foreign languages. But there's one thing I disagree with you. Why do you have an issue with ethno-nationalism in Africa? And how is it exactly destroying Africa if people want to hold on to their tribes, just like Europeans are ethno-nationalists?
Sure. The reason why I'm against ethno-nationalism is because ethno-nationalism led to a civil war in Nigeria, the Biafran War, where you had one group of ethnicities fighting another group and killing and committing atrocities. Ethno-nationalism was partly what led to the brutality that we witnessed in the 90s in Rwanda between the Hutus and the Tutsis. Ethno-nationalism, I would even argue, is taking place right now in Ethiopia.
Okay, then let me. All right, then you say about
Oromo and Amhara. So everybody needs to get rid of that. Yeah, respect your differences, but when you start thinking that your ethnic group deserves to have more political power than another ethnic group, that is what I'm speaking out against. I'm not speaking out against an Amhara man loving his Amhara culture. That's fine. But when you believe that as an Amhara, you must have the power, and the other ethnic groups in Ethiopia must be subordinate to you, that is unacceptable.
Look, all right, let me say something.
Let me quickly respond.
By the way, DR, I want to know where you're from, by the way, because I haven't get your country yet.
Sorry, repeat the question.
I say, where are you from? I haven't get your country yet.
I'm from UK, but originally from Somalia.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I just wanted to finish to respond to the brother. If you look at Ethiopia, the Ethiopian lady, I think she's left now. I wanted to respond to her about the history of Ethiopia. Like what she was telling me, I had no knowledge. I've got knowledge of Ethiopia. If you look at the history of Ethiopia, why it never was colonized, because Ethiopia was an ally of Europe, and they were given weapons to colonize other tribes in Ethiopia. Like my grandfather fought in the 1977 war, who I've never met, against Ethiopia. And I don't know I don't know what you think about these ethno-nationalism. I wouldn't be surprised if you said he died for nothing, because he was in the army, the Somali army, liberating the Somali people, the 15 million people in the Ogaden region, till we suffer till this day. I believe that ethno-nationalism is justified in Africa, because you have to understand, like, we Africans are tribal people.
I always get this argument with Somalis. Somalis cling on to their ethno-nationalism. And in regards to the first thing you said, sorry for cutting you, this might sound controversial, but Ethiopia was actually invaded and conquered, large parts of it, by Italy. Large parts of Ethiopia were actually part of the Italian Empire, just like parts of Libya, under King Victor Emmanuel I or III. The problem for them was that the League of Nations refused to officially acknowledge that large parts of Ethiopia were now under the control of Italy. So eventually, I remember Haile Selassie had to leave, and I think he went to Europe to speak to the leaders. I think there might be footage of it, asking for help. In the end, Italy lost its hold over large parts of Ethiopia because the Allied troops during the Second World War defeated Italy. And then Italy had to sign a treaty called the 1947 or 1948 Peace Treaty, where they had to pay reparations to Ethiopia and they had to acknowledge Ethiopia's borders. So I always find it interesting when people say, oh, Ethiopia has never been colonized or something, but they were, large parts of them were conquered and ruled over by the Italians. But in regards to this whole ethno-nationalism thing, I stand by what I've said. I've seen too many African men, women die because of ethno-nationalism. Love your race, love your ethnic group, but for goodness sake, please allow your ethnic neighbors the same political chance to have their say. We seem to fall short of that.
Yeah,
that's what.
All right.
But in Ethiopia,
wait, guys, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. We are, we might be running out of the time and out of the topic as well. So I'm just gonna need to stop you there and welcome James to share his view as well. I'm really sorry, but we have every single day, so we can always come back.
Thank you so much.
James, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I really like the discussion where are put up right now, but to get back to the point, the West sees as Africa as rich in natural resources, obviously, and as a strategic point for creating this military bases and occupations that would allow it to approach other nations. But we are not special in being this neo-colonialism. We take it as it only happens in Africa. The US and these Western powers always try to divide. That's their foreign policy. It's not like we have to, allow these countries. They will never say they will never say we will provide support and allow countries to grow. They will never say that. They would always take the approach of dividing. They would always take the approach of, creating chaos in places. We can see it in Syria, right? We can see it in Nicaragua. We can see it in Colombia. These countries, they're no different than any African nation. They try to create this division among themselves, among the nation. They try to weaken the nation so that they could be, they cannot grow and become a threat to the Western world. They never consider any country as an ally, but for example, the European Union had a power that can compete with the US, so they have to cope up with them. China has a power now to compete with the US, so they have to cope up or tolerate them. But fundamentally, they do not support any nation to grow. We shouldn't take Africa as a special case. Africa is not special in any other way than any other nation, unless and otherwise we grow ourselves. Nobody's gonna support us. We're not special. We have to work for ourselves and we have to grow. The basic thing we have to take from the US's foreign policy for the past 50 or 100 years is division is better than division, and this failure of nations is better than growth of nations. So that's their motto. And getting back to what R said about Somalia and whatever the case may be, there is an ethnicity division in Ethiopia. There is a couple of fightings between some Oromo and Amhara and Tigray and other areas of the Ethiopian regions. But for better or worse, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, was chosen democratically. The people of Somalia chose him, the people of Amhara chose him, the people of Oromo chose him. He was elected democratically. So I didn't vote for him. I'm from Addis Ababa, by the way, and I didn't vote for him personally. My father voted for him. My mother voted for him. I was in disagreement with them. But for better or worse, he was chosen as a democratic leader of Ethiopia. And as far as that, we have to be, ethnicity aside, anything aside, democracy should rule a nation, not any other way around. US intervention, we all know it. It is biased, and they're just trying to keep their interest. So that's what I have to say. And thank you for this discussion. It's really great to see these kinds of things, Mika. Thank you very much.
Appreciate James. Appreciate James. Before I give you guys the last chance, I'll give each one of you 1 minute to say your final thoughts. I just want to say that unity is very important for for our continent. The reason we are where we are today, it's because of our division, and that makes us weak. We cannot stand. We cannot really do anything, and even our leaders, those leaders who are corrupted, they cannot be held accountable anywhere because they are the big dog in the government. We always talk here in One Africa Forum that when we have unity and when we have a united state of Africa, even our leaders from each country, they will be held accountable. They will have a place to report. They will have a place to say something. We'll have a central, like everybody can have their own government and they can have their own rules. They can have their own thing. But one of our brothers here, he shared before that when you look at every country in Africa, each one of us, we have a uniqueness. Like there's something special about this country and that country and that country. And that's why it's a time for us to, to come one, to be united, because we can actually take advantage of what you have. Because what I have, I can actually share with you, and what you do have, you can actually share with me. And I know we have different kind of leaders in Africa. We have leaders who their focus is to develop their country, and they give everything to their country. And also we have another type of leader that their focus is to develop Africa. Like, if I always say this, if your neighbor is not at peace, you cannot be at peace. Like right now, what's going on in Ethiopia, I cannot stay here and be at peace and, and just disregard of everything that is going on there in Ethiopia, because we are all one people. We are all Africans. And I believe that when we have unity, that's where strength comes from. And I share this quote here, most of the time that, Nyerere, he said this before, that unity will not make us rich, but it will make it difficult for Africans to be disregarded, just like right now, the way it is, being exploited, being disregarded. And of course, there's internal factors for all those kind of things to happen, but also there's external factors to happen. And the best thing we can do that is become one, because we are not going to go anywhere with our division that we have. All this division that's going on, all these ways that we entertain, when it comes to religions, ethnicities, and these colonial borders we have, languages, and races, our color, all these things are not so important. Like these are things that actually divide us, but we are forgetting that our diversity is actually our strength. And that's, we need to embrace that, and we need to come together and need to move forward to save our continent. Because right now, at this very moment, if you guys have seen the video I shared today at the beginning, the continent is at risk. And that's why I'm coming with this question here, asking that, is Africa really for Africans? Because when you go to every single country, you go to Nigeria, you go to Kenya, you come to Tanzania, you go to Ethiopia, you go to every single country, you can see how much we are literally colonized already. And our mind is not free. How are we going to get out of this? How are we going to get out of this? Because all these breaches that have been happening within the country, how are we going to get out of this without unity? It's almost impossible to get out of this, because the situation right now, it's really, really bad. Anyways, that's just my thought. But before I want to let you guys, share your thoughts as well, final thoughts. For 1 minute, please keep 1 minute.
Okay, all right.
You are not used to. So let me just say, because you said something about ethnocentric. That's the way people are, ethno-nationalism. I wanted to say something about that, because that was interesting, and that is not my 1 minute, by the way. You have not started anything yet. I said, this is not my 1 minute, too.
that was already 30 seconds.
Don't even start with me. So
he's a Nigerian. He has something to say about it.
We always break. Yeah, exactly. Because as a Nigerian, I understand these things.
I'll give you 2 minutes then.
So yeah, this ethnic stuff in Africa is something that has plagued us quite a lot. And to be fair, it's human nature. It's meant to be like that. And if you understand how easy human beings are to divide, you see why easily we can have issues. Like my issue with TPLF in Ethiopia doesn't have anything to do with whether they are power grabbers or they are not. They are a little bit anti-democratic. My issue with them is they are creating war in a country that doesn't need war, in a continent that doesn't need more wars. We need to be building. And if you don't know enough about your people, the suffering of your people for decades now, to trigger a conflict on that continent, you have a problem. I'm not going to take your side. It's like when two children are fighting, the adult should know the troublemaker. The moment it starts and you were there, one of them slapped the other one in the head, you go after the one that did it immediately. Don't start negotiating, oh, historically, the other one has been insulting me, the other one. No. If you, these times, anybody that picks up a gun, a weapon against fellow Africans should be told off. Because we don't have room for that. We are being swallowed whole. And you have time to be fighting your own? For what? Have we not had wars before? We've been there, done that. Move on. So we have to start, okay, you can say, okay, you can be divided all you want, but never start spilling the blood of your own brothers.
Exactly.
You do that, the others should come down on you like a hammer. And in a way, it's already beginning to happen. If you hear the noise that the Kenyan president is making, the noise Kagame is making, all of them have visited Ethiopia recently just to show their support, because they understand that they need to start supporting their own. Kagame went into Mozambique to help Mozambique put down the terrorists, and they were causing trouble inside Mozambique. So they are beginning to understand that, but they need to take it further. They need to declare that no bloodshed within the continent should occur. If you have issues, take it up. If you want to take it up to African, your regional organization like ECOWAS or East African Bloc, take it up to that. If you want to take it up to AU, take it up to AU. If you want to take it up to UN, take it up to the UN. But don't take weapons against your own.
All right.
Because every time you're killing each other, you're not building. Every time you're killing each other, investors are not coming to your country. Every time you're killing each other, all the scientists that we have sent abroad to go and work for other people are not returning back home to build the countries. We don't have that time for that. We have to stop this nonsense division that we are doing that results in bloodshed. We can be divided, divide all you want, quarrel all you want, but don't fight.
Appreciate. All right. That was 3 minutes. Appreciate. I want to go to Mwenda Tezi first. Mwenda Tezi has been here for a long time, my brother from Kenya, and I didn't give you a chance. You can go ahead, brother.
Hello.
Yes, Mwenda Tezi, you can go ahead.
Okay. I actually wanted to talk about, to reply to Niger when he asked a question about why Africans survived and other countries, like the Red Indians, they didn't survive. It's because, and it actually answers the question that first, is Africa really for Africans? If there's a reason why even the colonizers could not stay more than 100, even they didn't even make it to 100 years enough to colonize Africa, because Africa is very specific to its people. It's not a easy land. You know, when we live here, we think it is easy. But those days, especially in the 1960s, like, there were so many things that were killing people. It was not like, there were tsetse flies, there was this malaria. You know, our blood can resist malaria, but the white man's blood cannot resist malaria. And there's all these diseases, even surgery. Do you know that, I read this book, it's a very interesting book, that how white people were suffering in Africa when they were here. That surgery, there was the bacteria in the air. That surgery in Africa made it impossible for a white man to have surgery now. Just the bacteria in the air. That they will just get infections and it will just going to be complicated. So it was that's when I came to understand that Africa is just, we as Africans have really adapted to this land. It's not an easy land to live as we might think it is. It requires some serious adaptations. Even the sun, so when you say Africa is for Africans, it is not. It is for nobody else. It is for nobody else. Yeah. And then Niger was also saying something about military spending, that we should spend a lot in our military. I don't think we should. I don't, because in the 60s again, a lot of these things, if you look at if you look at the history of African countries, we have 52 countries or 54. We have all these countries. They did all these things. They did unique things. All these ideas we have, they had them and they did them. Some countries went and spent half of their budgets on military. Immediately they got independence. I think, is it Uganda? Uganda spent half of its budget on military. How did it work out? You can't spend half your budget on military, yet people don't have hospitals. Yet people don't have schools. Yet there are no roads. You're going to be overthrown by that military you are spending it on. That is just a fact. That military you are spending, they will overthrow you. So you have to look at very specific amenities. You have to look at, these are the things that I like to look at every year actually. I like to look at how many people did not die of hunger this year. How many people got access to water? How many people got access to medical? These are the things, and I think, Mika, maybe we should also have this discussion where these are the positives we see every year. We just see the progress of Africa as a continent. How many people got access to food? How many people got access to education? These are the things that will make us grow in the long run. These are if you're thinking 30 years ahead, if you're thinking 50 years ahead, these are the things, not military. Military, you have to say, this is a very shaky thing. Second of all,
I think I have to respond to that point though. Go ahead. Because I won't let that lie at all. I won't let that lie. Yeah, I'm sorry, the host. I'm sorry, the host. I'm not gonna let that lie. Go ahead.
Okay. Second of all, let me talk about this thing called corruption. You know, we have to face the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that there's a lot of corruption in Africa. That is a fact, and it is really it's really destroying. It's like a cancer. And you know, we can talk about all these things. We can talk about all these great ideas, but this cancer called corruption it can really get on the way. It can really get in the way of many good things. I'm sure if all of our individual countries, we know that all of our individual countries, we know that we have a lot of potential. But it's just this corruption. And if you go to every African, he can tell you, my country can do all these things. Just if only corruption was not a thing. And everybody can say that. So we have to look at the elephant in the room, that how do we stop corruption? In fact, maybe that should also not be something that maybe we should talk about as Africans. And it's actually the reason even why all these other Chinese are thriving. It's corruption. How do we tackle corruption as youth of Africa? How do we tackle this cancer? How do we tackle this elephant in the room? How do we deal with it? And I will actually like to see people's ideas in this issue, because it's bigger than even the wars on the civil wars. This one is bigger. I may feel like corruption is the biggest thing that is harming Africa.
Okay. Okay, have you finished? Go ahead. Let me finish.
No, try to wrap it up, Mwenda. Try to wrap it up.
Okay. Let me wrap it up with some positivity. That it doesn't take this thing that is it too late for Africans? I don't think it's too late. It's actually not that difficult for us to. We're actually heading in many areas. We are heading in the right direction. It's not that difficult. Some things like manufacturing you have right now. If you watch this guy, I think you are a fan of him. His name is Wodemaya. If you see his videos, you find that there's a lot of young youth who have come with the expertise and the skills to start industries, and they are doing them in their own small way. And and you can see that this guy is already making shoes. This one is already making cars, or is already making something technological. So you find that this guy just needs investment, and he will probably make probably $1 billion company. So the seeds are there. The seeds have been spread. The seeds are sprouting. The seeds of manufacturing, the seeds of industrialization, and these guys are focusing on African countries. So we have to be positive. And the thing about the currency, our weak currency is actually an advantage. If you look at in terms of economics, the weaker your currency, the more demand for your goods and services.
It boosts exports, yes.
Yeah.
It boosts exports. You're right. Yeah, all right. So Do I go on? Can I go on?
I know you can go on. Let me, because you may say something that will lose complete track of what he says. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry.
Go on. No problem.
Yeah, about Uganda spending 50% of his budget. I've never had that. I've never got that information till date that he mentioned. Just because Uganda did that and failed doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. It's like you put a security guard at your house or at a supermarket, and somebody comes and robs you. Say, you know what? The next day, I'm going to sack all the security guards. We don't need them. That is not logical. You have to do the number one. Just because you failed the first time, you mean you just hands up and say, surrender, let me go and do something else. You are just going to compound the problem like every other African leaders have done. We've done it for decades now and we've failed. The only part is that part. Because just because you try something once and you fail, it's not an excuse not to try it again and do it right the next time. So that is one point. In terms of corruption, you are just looking at the symptoms. Corruption is not the issue. There's corruption in the UK. If you check the UK BBC website, you see the sleaze. They talk about sleaze. There's corruption everywhere. You are looking at the symptoms. All right. So let somebody go. So I don't want this. I think I've addressed the critical point already. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much for that last point. I'm rounding up. I want to thank Mika. Thank you so much for this channel. I think you're doing a great job. God bless you.
Appreciate
with love from Nigeria. All right. So
keep coming.
Yes.
And bring others.
I will. Yeah. So just to address the question, is it too late for Africa? I don't think it is not too late. Africa is at the point where it is transitioning. In the last decade, I think the World Bank gave a report. Is it last decade or the last 20 years? The GDP of the continent was less than $500 billion. Right now, the GDP of Africa is about $3 trillion. You can see that Africans are building more businesses. Africans are even wealthier than even the Black Americans in America. When we're talking about Black people, you speak about Black Americans. Right now, it's changing towards Africa. Look at the music, look at everything. So, like I said, everything is going. But Africa would transform not in a way that that the world will understand. So it will transform in a way that it will shock the world, just like China and Japan. So in the case of China, it was very rough, but things actually came up very as fast that things happened much more quicker than any part of the world. So I think Africa is in the right direction. First of all, we have to realize who we are, and quickly to round up on the issue of ethnicity. You spoke about Biafra. You spoke about Africa having, Africans not putting their ethnicity ahead. I don't think that should be the case, because if you do that, if you look at the Africa, for example, Nigeria was created by a colonial master. They just match about 3 ethnic groups together to form a country. So this thing must happen. For this ethnic group to work, you have to really work on your differences. You have to make sure that they are all included in one. I'm an Igbo person, and the Biafra was not because somebody wanted to dominate or somebody else. These things actually happening. Like I said, this democracy system was not designed. It's usually rigged. The white people are just putting hands in the politics of Africa. They are getting their hands in Africa. So that's why you have them trying to favor one ethnic group over the other ethnic group. So that's why this whole thing is clashing. And watch, the ethnic group they favor are the ones that are not intelligent. For example, in Nigeria, you have northern Nigeria. They are the most disastrous people in the country. They are very poor mentally, but they are more favored than the rest of them because they feel that they can come and pick in what they want with these people and go. And when you have a more smarter, someone more smarter from the next ethnic group in power. So I think Africa really need to, work on that. And to round up, like I said, Africa is moving forward. We have to manufacture. It's very, very important. Nigeria, for example, we're growing to about 200 million people. We don't, the job, employment is going to about 43% now. It's too high. We don't manufacture. And this is not in Nigeria, other African countries also. Africa lacks middle class. our middle class are abroad. It's very wrong. It's wrong. Africa should begin to be, we have extremely rich and extremely poor. Nobody's at the middle. And this is how where manufacturing can come into place. We have to begin to take our raw materials, build the industries, and employ people. We don't have to wait for China, America to do it for us. We can empower our people. We can empower our entrepreneurs to begin to build these industries and begin to employ people. So that is my take on that. Thank you very much. And Ethiopia, I wish them, I don't really know what's going on, but I have to check, but I know that it's all going to end well because we've seen Kagame, we've seen so many leaders coming to, and we've seen people speak up. So I don't really know what's going on there, but I wish them the best of luck. I know that I wish that I hope that they resolve this as soon as possible. Thank you very much. That's my 1 minute. Thank you.
Your 1 minute.
This is African 1 minute.
I'll just quickly finish before I take up anyone's time. Thanks, Mika, for allowing me on. It's a good show. Is it too late for Africa? Honestly, I really don't know. If Africa is ever to unite, I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime because too many of us want to hold on to ethno-nationalism. Too many of us want to hold on to the borders created by the Europeans. Too many of us still want to hold on to the democratic infrastructural system they created for their benefit, which has led us to civil wars. He mentioned Nigeria. The way they created the system, the Northerners had the biggest political party, so they made all the decisions and no one could challenge them. So we need to break all of those things, but we don't want to do it. So if it ever happens, it'll have to be our great grandkids, and it won't be in my lifetime. So that's all I have to say.
It will happen in your lifetime, and you'll be shocked.
I
can tell you. It will happen in your lifetime. Our leaders know we are in a hurry right now.
We're gonna do everything. We're gonna even pray until something happens. Until it happens, we're gonna do everything. We're gonna talk. We're gonna act. We're gonna pray. We're gonna do everything until it happens. But I appreciate Ereli. I think he raised really important points. And you know, when you think about them, you're like, man, I just wish Africa wakes up, and I just wish everybody sees that, you know, these things, they're costing us a lot, and they're costing a lot of lives. Like a lot of people are dying every single day in Africa because of those issues, you know, because of ethnicity and all those stuff. That's the issue that is going on right now in Ethiopia and in different parts of Africa right now, and it's, you know, it's saddening. So I just hope that it will wake up and, you know, and get out of that, you know, because we are blessed, man. We are blessed. James?
Okay, thanks, Nika, for finishing up. To add to what your name is, the turtleneck guy, to add on what you said, we have.
Wow, what happened to his connection?
Oh, that's not him. James, he just okay. As we're waiting for James, I wanna appreciate for the super chat. You need or else he says something here. I think it's really good point. Say China or Russia offers Africa leverage and a chance to get rid of the West. It is up to Africa to exploit those relationships for herself. The youth need to make this point clear to them.
Yeah, I think especially China. China is one country. I think people like to compare China as if China is the same as Russia, the West. The West, China has barely fought any country to destroy any country. I don't know, historically, there are not that many countries China has invaded before. And they generally tend to be very selfish. They tend to be inward looking. They don't care about your own thing. They just want to trade and share this thing. That's it. And I think if we are going to be, especially given what this guy said, I think it's very correct that we should leverage the Chinese, because the Chinese need us. You see, they need us desperately, because the Russian, the Americans and the Europeans want to strangle them, because they see that the Chinese are rising, they want to strangle them, and the Chinese need us. So it's a very symbiotic relationship that both sides can benefit from, because we have been trading with the Americans, the Europeans for how many decades? What have they done for us? They've created an extraction economy on the continent, whereby the only places that you see development is the seaport, the roads that leads to the mines, and all. Basically, they're just extracting. That's the only development they put for Africa. At least the Chinese are coming to build rail tracks now, doing things. And yes, we are borrowing money and we're working with them, but they need us. And that is the important thing. They really need us. Without us, China will just become one small country in Asia that the Americans have a lot of power over, because the Americans can decide that, you know what, we are not going to be buying from China anymore. Where would China be then? China will be in serious trouble. Hence why they need us.
Yes. Well, I appreciate, brother. Man, you gotta come here, man, all the time. James.
Yeah, sorry, my net was down.
No worries, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, like in order to break this cycle of civil war and ethnicity based wars and stuff, we need to educate our youth. The youth should be educated enough so that they know what is the real threat to their nation. It's not their brothers and sisters who are their neighbors, but rather it's the West. That's the main reason they're not growing. That's the main reason that their country is not developing. So they have to be able to know, and the youth should be educated enough so that they should break out of this, ethnicity-based system that the West built for us. Secondly, we need like creative and decisive leaders. We need leaders that preach Pan-Africanism. We need leaders that preach for economic growth. We need leaders that can make a difference in the nation, in their nations, and also in the continent. And thirdly, we need partners like you said, like we need good partners like China, who are not like this aid and sanction based, who are like, it's not like with fear mongers that is either the stick or the what do you say, like if you don't do what we say, we won't give you, we won't do what you we won't aid you, or we won't give you economic privileges. But like China, who are like economic based and give and take kind of economy that they sorry for my English, but
no, you're good. You're good.
You know what I mean, right? We see China building roads, railways, dams in Africa. We haven't seen any US-based company doing that. We've seen true game-changing things that the Chinese build for nations all over Africa. But what we see from Americans are training military, creating military bases, training, rebel forces, selling weapons. That's what the US is doing, and we can see it what the China is doing. And if we do these three things, I think Africa can go out of the rut we're in, and we can go and can become better nation. Thank you, Mika, and I hope you do these things more often. It's a great topic, and we'd love to discuss this more.
Yeah. Oh, James, I do every day. It's every day 9 p.m. East African time. Sometimes I do in the afternoon too.
Okay.
It's a show for every single day. It's every single day.
I'll be there.
I appreciate James.
Okay. Good night. Bye.
All right, guys, I'll let you go, but I'm gonna give a chance to my brother here, my co-host, Mr. Pastor Ezra. Ezra, man, you have been quiet for a long time. You'll be the our last guy for today. I know you might have some concerns because you didn't really respond back then, but you go ahead, brother.
No, His Excellency, you know how it is. It's always good to hear more voices.
Yes.
And I'm always up to learning and hearing different minds, thoughts, and opinions. So it's all intentional because I want to learn as well.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
So from my side, in closing, I'll try to be short. African time sometimes can be something else. 1 minute you don't understand 1 minute. But I think I didn't answer your questions. I think it's not too late for Africa, and I think Africa belongs to Africans. And sorry about that. Let me see. So to answer your question, is Africa really for Africans? Africa is for Africans, and it's not too late for Africans to get it right and get a system that will work for them. And I think the other day, a while ago, maybe another session, I made an example about the white Afrikaner or the white Dutch settlers in South Africa, that they were poor before. They only rose to economic power from the 1930s, but from 1948 until 94, that's when they had to develop themselves economically and politically. Because in the 1800s, with the gold and diamond discoveries, the Jews and the English ran most of the companies. So for us in Africa, just the model that I told you about, how they gain independence in terms of economics, the economic part, how did they get it right to become one of the richest communities living in Africa? They looked at the basics. Africa, all we need is the basics. We need to first unite all the Afrikaners people. They were all coming from different regions in Netherlands, and some were from French descent, by the way. They united for a common cause. They knew that they were the poor ones in the country, and the English were the rich people, and they didn't have so much. So what they did was they built just basic, as I told you before, I said basic companies. They looked at all the basic companies or basic industries that build any nation to be a self-sustaining nation. They looked at agriculture. They invested their knowledge and their expertise in agriculture and made corporations. They invested in steel. They invested in energy, which is electricity. And they invested in IDC. Like IDC is a company that funds projects and businesses. It's still in existence today. It's owned by the state. So that that company will invest in projects that are for the nation and for the betterment of the nation. So I think in closing, I'll not go into details, but in closing, I'll say we need to get the basics right and look at what can we do that can really strengthen our economies and our societies. And also one last thing that I forgot was education. They invested in tertiary institutions, and they got it right there in education, because they made sure that they pump money into education. And then the last thing they did was military. Military was the last thing after they knew what to do going forward to protect their own interest. So that's just that in closing, when I say Africa has a chance and they can get it right if they focus on the basics and focus on it and invest in those things, then the rest will follow. That's my thoughts in closing.
Oh, Ezra, I really appreciate, man. I remember today at the middle of the conversation that did I pray today? I don't remember. I think I didn't pray today at the beginning. I'm sorry, God. But I'm gonna give you a chance as well to to bless God, because my brother, this brother here, Larry, he raised up really important points, very important points that I was like, yeah, these are kind of mindset we need. Like, he raised issues that we are facing, but also he raised the solutions, like how should we do. And that's how also our brother who joined us here today from Nigeria, we were blessed here with a lot of Nigerians today. 1, 2, I think 3 brothers from Nigeria as well. They did the same thing. So I was really happy with the panel today, because I feel like we are here to raise our concerns, but also we're here to raise the solution, or to suggest things that we ways that we should go and take for us to be in another place. For example, 3 points that he said, he spoke about redraw our borders. All right, I think this is necessary, especially for those countries that they are in conflicts. For example, right now you have Somalia and Kenya. They have a conflict with the border in the Indian Ocean, right? This a couple weeks ago, I remember I made a video of it, it was a huge tension. I don't know how it's going on right now. I think I'm gonna need. I think tomorrow maybe when the test you can come here and share with us how is that conflict going on. But so for those countries that are having trouble with borders, I think it's necessary for them to sit down and to talk as brothers, and that's why we need unity. Because having unity, it's listening to one another. It's compromising with one another. All right, guys. Okay, I'm not satisfied with this, and Israel, I'm not satisfied. How are we gonna do this? It's about that. And I know it sounds easy, but it's not really easy. But unity will help us not to kill one another. Yeah, our brother from Nigeria, he said something very important. He said that I don't care whether you divide or not, but just don't kill each other. Don't kill each other. For me, if you tell me that, okay, do you choose division or do you choose people killing one another? Like, if you guys come together, I mean, I wanna be divided and I'm killing you. Like, I'm not gonna choose that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you guys divide but don't kill each other. It's a really good point. But I still stand for one Africa, because I still believe people, they can come together, unite, and not kill each other at the same time. And and our brother and another brother he pointed out something really important about, I think the same brother, about nationalism. About nationalism, like these group of ethnic in the country thinking that, what, we own you, we're better than you, right? That's what is causing a lot of quarrels. That's what it caused even in Rwanda. That's what sometimes it happens in Kenya, especially during election. Sometimes it happens, or there's quarrels with ethnicity, and in so many different places. This is really, it's something that as Africa we need to work on. And it's something that is happening even in Somalia. Yesterday we were talking about this nationalism. We were talking about this here when we were talking about tribalism, that you speak the same language, you have the same religion, you have the same people, the same food, but still you're having quarrels because of that. So and redrawing the border, rewrite constitution. I 100% agree with this. Until today, Tanzania was still struggling to have a new constitution. The suggestion already came, people, they already wrote, but still government cannot allow it to come to pass. Because the old constitution that we're using in Africa, like, they give all authority to the president. President is like the god of the nation, which is not supposed to be like that. We have to keep them accountable. It should be like open for us to, if president is doing something is not right, it should be open for us to speak. Should be able for us to hold them accountable that way. And if they commit like something illegal or corrupt or whatever, after they leave, it should be able to bring them to court and to prison as well. Like, see what happened in South Korea. They sent their previous president to, it was a big thing. How can you send your president?
Even in South Africa.
In South Africa too, exactly. Jacob Zuma, right? We were talking about that yesterday. So that actually is a good sign. It's a good sign that, but we not disregard all good stuff they done. For example, the president of South Korea, who she's in prison right now, that lady, foreigners, we loved her so much because she really cared about foreign policies. We had an amazing life. But when she left, oh my goodness. Hey. A lot of people, they left too. Like, she went to prison, a lot of foreigners, they left the country. So these people, they have their good side, they have their bad side as well. But law is law at the end of the day. So I agree with writing constitution. We need to do that. All the countries in Africa that they haven't done that yet, we have to do it, because most of us were using the British, type of constitution, and get rid of CFA. I think this is what the President Kagame did, right? And that's why his country is, he's doing well, if I'm not mistaken. I think he did that, as well. So these are very important points. And the last brother James, he mentioned like 3 also points. It's so much knowledge, man. So much knowledge in here, man. Like, I'm loving this. I don't know if you guys are learning and you're enjoying this. And also want to appreciate people in the chat. I want to take a moment to appreciate Red Sea Youth. Okay, Red Sea Youth, I want to acknowledge you today. I think you're doing an amazing job. I remember, before, sometimes you get very sensitive, but today I think you're doing an amazing job. Amazing job to have a conversation, and for me here, I don't know. Today, I think, I think my team, they're busy, but you guys, Red Sea, you did an amazing job. You did an amazing job, and I'm really proud of you. All right, I'm proud of you, and everybody who is watching there. You guys, it's always I don't like when you have people in the chat and they always just have their own views, their own point. They don't engage on what we are talking about, but they just bringing something else, right? If I'm gonna pay attention to that, then we're gonna be talking about the same thing again and again and again and again. I don't want to do that, right? And that's why we need to be able to talk about stuff like this. Today we had such an amazing conversation, and I appreciate for you all, for those who are responding in the comment section and trying to keep people on track. I appreciate. And I've been very generous today, and I've been very, very patient with with a lot of people there in the comment section. Yeah. So and Hunegna, please be involved with the topic, what we're talking about, because I almost blocked you. But I didn't do, because I just want to have a conversation that please try to engage with what we are talking about. Try to engage, because all these topics that maybe it's your first time to join, but we always talk about everything here all the time. But sometimes it seems like people, when they join here for the first time, they just have their own topic and they want, okay, you should talk about this, you should talk about. No, we talk about that a lot. Sometimes we need to change direction a little bit. All right. Okay. So Pastor Ezra, for y'all who are joining, guys, it doesn't matter whether you are your religion, your ethnicity, your country, whatever it is, your background, it doesn't matter. This is the place where we want to bring Africa together. And I think I need to remind you all that let's keep praying for Africa. Let's keep pushing for Africa. Let's keep doing that, because our future and the future of Africa, man, depends on us. Let's pray. You have no idea the single prayer you're doing, how many lives will be saved. You have no idea how many lives you're saving as you pray every single time. Pray in your own language, pray in your own religion, pray to whatever you believe. Just do it. Do it, because it's necessary. It's necessary. And we as African, we do believe in God. We do believe in God. So always let's put God in the picture. He needs to be there. He needs to be there. And if the things that we are feeling guilty with, let's repent. Let's repent for our leaders, repent for our countries, repent for our families, repent for all those things, because it's clearly a lot of people have been hurt because of different actions, and we have to repent, to come back together again, to reconcile, and to ask God to move, to move again. All right, Pastor Ezra, I think I'm taking your spot now.
Yeah, you're not. I think just before we go into prayer, one thing that we need to pray for is fear. I think part of why people kill one another is the fear that if I don't take action, they're gonna take action against me. Especially when it comes to wars and divisions and whatnot. It's always the case of, if I don't take an action against this person, they will attack me. So we need to pray against fear. That fear should not cripple people to think the worst. So that they can either win over their enemies through the last resort. In fact, not really the last resort, the worst decision, which is to kill the other person, because you fear that they might come and kill me if I don't kill them. I think this is part of why even Africans, for us not to unite, it's also fear. Others, when we talk about the nationalism part, it's people fearing that if I open up to the other people, they might take my space and I might not exist. And they're forgetting that you can coexist even in your own tribe, in your own skin, in your own way, with other people. The world is enough for everyone. God didn't make a mistake with the world that He has created for us. So we need to learn to live with one another and try to do the best for each and everyone. It's not about me only. As I always make an example, that We need to look at the common things that every human being needs. Every day, Mika, His Excellency, you drank water today. I also needed water. I drank water today. I needed to eat today. My neighbor needs to eat today. Those are the common things that makes us human, and we should always ground ourselves to say, if my neighbor is going through a pain, that pain can come tomorrow and be in my house. Let me also do what is right. Here you are drinking water. I'm just finishing my tea.
I need a little water break.
You know, so we should look at that and unite according to such things that make us human first, before we try to look at I'm this tribe, I'm this country, all those things. You need to look at the common things that makes us first live. Just even if you stop anything, you need water, I need water. You need food, I need food. You need gas, I need gas. All those things, those are the common things that it's not about the tribe, or tribalism doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with us looking after each other for the common good. But anyway, let's wrap up. They'll be saying, hey, 1 minute, those guys, hey, 1 minute. Now they are talking.
It was 1 minute for them. For you guys. You can go ahead, brother, and pray, man. I've been here for 4 hours. Get some sleep.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this day that you've blessed us with. Thank you for our brothers and sisters. Thank you, Father, for the thoughts, the ideas. Thank you, Father, for the presence of each and every participant, each and every subscriber, Lord, that came, Father God, because they love this continent and they'll want to see it succeed. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you be with each and every one of them and be with our continent, Heavenly Father. Help us to have wisdom to do things. Help us, Heavenly Father, as we are trying to build our continent, Father God. We pray that we may be strengthened, that we may not lose hope, Father God, against all the challenges that we are facing, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. As we are going in different places, doing different things, we pray, Heavenly Father, that you be with each and every subscriber, each and every contributor, Father God, each and every member of this channel, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. We pray for this continent, Heavenly Father, that it may rise to its full potential. And these are the last days that Africa will be the laughingstock of the world and a playground for the rich nations, the so-called rich nations. May the Africa that we need, Heavenly Father, rise today in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. May the fire of Africans in each and every country be enlightened, Heavenly Father. We pray for the peace of Ethiopia. We pray for the peace of Burkina Faso. We pray for the peace of each and every nation in this continent, Heavenly Father. We declare peace in each and every region. We rebuke the spirit of fear, the spirit of hate. We rebuke anything that makes us to be divided, Heavenly Father. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, until we meet again. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Well, appreciate, brother. That's a good prayer right there.
Yeah, bro. I think tomorrow. What's the topic for tomorrow again? So we're gonna discuss.
So tomorrow, I actually have someone from Sudan.
Wow, interesting.
Someone from Sudan. Yeah, someone from Sudan. He'll be coming here to share about Sudan and what's happening there and all those kind of stuff. So I'm really excited for that. I'm gonna be here, and I might be back here. I mean, I might be coming in there. Tomorrow is Saturday, right?
Friday tomorrow.
Friday, okay. Friday,
today it's Friday already. It's Friday. We're already on Friday. I think the guys in the States are still behind.
Yeah. Well, in the afternoon, I might be coming here as well. But and also I reached out to Jeff because I want to have another conversation with Jeff because of the video that he released. It went viral today, so hopefully he'll be available. If he's available, maybe see how I can twist everything tomorrow. Maybe to have an afternoon session and then night session. But we'll see. But tomorrow, 9 p.m. East African time, I'm gonna be back here, and maybe in the afternoon as well. We'll see how it's gonna go. But 9 p.m. obviously we're gonna be here. Yeah. Okay.
I can't wait for the guy from Sudan. I think the family, they must connect, and let's give support as well to the country of Sudan, and let's hear what they have to say. And I think there's so much to learn from Sudan.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And guys, please don't forget to subscribe. I mean, I think some people are still, they're still passing by. They're still looking through the window. We need you to go inside the house now. Subscribe and be part. Now you can open the door and be part of this family. Subscribe, click on the notification bell, join the forums. And this is a great platform for everyone. This is not a platform for this is for the whole continent, even the people for every person, even whether you're in America, Brazil, you name them, diaspora, all the diaspora must also join. I mean, what's his name again? Is it Rich from St. Kitts? There's a guy from St. Kitts who normally joins us, who was here today as well. It's from the Caribbean, one of those Caribbean islands.
Rich. Rich.
Yeah. Rich. So anyone can they should not feel that it's only there's Africa in that continent. No, be part of this, and we need your input, we need your wisdom. So everyone must join us, and I'm looking forward to the conversation tomorrow. Brother,
man, I've been very busy today. Operating this thing, I've been really busy. But I appreciate. I'll see you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, let's talk later today. One Africa.
Bless you. One Africa. And I'm writing something. I'm writing something that I'll be sharing with you guys soon. Everything, as we spoke last time.
Oh yeah, I remember.
That's what kept me busy today, the whole day. I was just writing that thing. It was crazy, but yeah, I'll be sharing with you guys soon.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think Prof Ezra is probably thinking, this guy, I'm still waiting for his invite, and but I'm sure you'll be happy once you've gathered everything, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. All right, appreciate it.
Cool. Shalom.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm not gonna leave just like this. I'm gonna leave you with the video that I did release today, and I started conversation with. Yeah, so I love you guys. Thank you for stopping here, and I want to appreciate those who became members, and I want to appreciate for the super chat those who gave. I want to appreciate for those who are still giving in the GoFundMe page. You guys are incredible, because there are people are still giving in the GoFundMe page. That means a lot, because we're gonna go to Ethiopia this next year. So we really appreciate you guys for your giving. We're gonna go there. We're gonna be in the field with everybody, and so we appreciate for those who are giving, and for those who ask for the Ethiopian bank account. We shared with you guys. We're gonna be there. We're gonna be having a general meeting with my people here, and to plan and everything. So we're just preparing for that every single day. Personally, I barely sleep because I'm getting ready for this, and I cannot wait to see my people. All right. Yeah. I'm praying for you guys. Stay safe out there. I love you. And you guys are so special. Just know that you're so special. You are very special. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, all right? You're so special. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, stay connected with our social media as well. Yesterday I just opened a TikTok account as well, so you can check me out there, Mika Chavala. And it's gonna be amazing. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everywhere available. All right, guys, I'll leave you with this video. Yeah, knowledge is power, and my people are destroyed because of lack of knowledge. So here is the knowledge. My fellow Africans.
Today we'll talk about Africa, once seen by Europe as the antithesis of civilization, the heart of darkness, in the words of a certain Joseph Conrad. Centuries later, Africa remains ignored. It makes news for its conflicts, poverty, and exoticism. For the longest time, the world saw it as a lost cause.
The time is now to wake up. The time is now to unite. The time is now to speak up.
China, the United States, India, the European Union, Japan, Israel, Canada, all of these countries are in the race for Africa. And one country is emerging as the clear winner.
The time is now to stand for yourself, to say no more exploiting Africa, to hold accountable corrupted leaders and those who betray.
A continent of 54 sovereign states, 17% of the world's population, 9.6% of the global oil output, 90% of the world's platinum supply, 90% of the world's cobalt supply, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of the world's manganese, 35% of the world's uranium, 75% of the world's coltan, and 54 votes in the United Nations General Assembly. This is what makes Africa so attractive and makes the continent a battleground for global powers.
The time is now to be brave and fearless. The time is now to save our future. Let's fight for Africa. Because if we don't do it right now, I'm afraid we won't have future any longer.
For the longest time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. It has over 7,000 troops deployed in the continent. They're spread across some 13 African countries, including Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, South Sudan, Somalia, and Tunisia. For the US, Africa was a continent for counter-terrorism operations.
I'm afraid our children and the next generation won't have Africa we see right now. Let's fight right now. Let's unite together right now, because the future of Africa and for our children depends on us.
China, the United States, India, the European Union, Japan, Israel, Canada, all of these countries are in the race for Africa. And one country is emerging as the clear winner.
They want Africa so bad. And every single year, you can see the increasing of
investment in infrastructure, military power, diplomacy, soft power, trade, geopolitics. Every country has its own interest in Africa.
Out of all of these, Africa gain nothing, absolutely nothing. Before we were fighting against colonialism, right now Africa is under debt of China and the US.
Africa is the continent of the future. Thus, we need to make the most of its potential. By 2050, its population will more than double to 2.2 billion people, with over 60% under the age of 25.
How are we going to get out of this if our leaders are not going to wake up right now and realizing that loans and aid is the new form of colonialism? When are we going to stand up? When are we going to wake up? I'm afraid we won't have a future for our children. I'm afraid Africa is not going to be the same any longer. I'm afraid we're already too late right now.
China is Africa's largest trading partner. Chinese trade has increased 40-fold in the last 2 decades. At least 10,000 Chinese firms operate in Africa. This is according to a McKinsey study. Africa has resources and China has access. Did you know that 1/3 of China's investments in Africa are in the mining sector? China is not the only country investing in this continent. It's not even the biggest. The United States is Africa's largest investor. It accounts for $54 billion of FDI stock. There are 600 American companies operating in South Africa alone. And this, even after the US president called Africa this. For the longest time, Africa was nothing but a war zone for Washington. And finally, it gets to debt trap Africa.
But we still have time, because we're still right here and we can still make decisions for our future children. Let's not think about now and right now and me. Let's think about tomorrow. Let's think about our kids. Let's think about 10 years later. Where are we going to be? If we continue with this way, if we continue on this journey, we're not going to have Africa any longer. Remember, we won't be able to stand out if we don't have unity. If we are not uniting, if we are not becoming one, we're not going to be able to survive. We're not going to be able to overcome anything. Our unity is our strength. And remember what Nyerere said, without unity, there's no future for Africa. Right now, we are so much divided. Ethnicity, geographical areas, colonial boundaries, languages, religion, all these things, yes, are important. But our unity is the most important one. That should be the first thing for us to pursue. That should be the first thing for us to embrace our differences and everything that we have, to have one Africa. Because one Africa is stronger. One Africa is a threat to the rest of the world. Let's become one. Let's protect Africa. Let's think about tomorrow, and let's save this beautiful continent for our future children and the next generation. Remember, unity will not make us rich, but it will make it difficult for Africans to be exploited and humiliated and disregarded by others.
Just like the 19th century, there are numerous countries in the scramble for Africa. And just like the 19th century, there is nothing in it for Africa.
Let's unite right now before it's too late.